Congratulations to the um, Kansas City Chiefs, right? Um, I guess. Let's see if we can change the display up here. See if we can change the display up here. Um, and also congratulations to the Eagles. See if we got a gift for them too for winning the NFC championship comfortably. You know, I thought running I thought running backs don't matter. That's what I was told, you know. That's what the Giants thought. We got to pay our guy. Daniel Jones is our guy. Oh man, but you already know uh I will be rooting for in the Super Bowl. I definitely will be rooting for the Eagles to win. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Let's see something here. Let's go on the little copy link. Yes, sir. But yeah, congrats to the Chiefs though. Congrats to the Chiefs. Even though we kind of knew that you guys were gonna go back. Oh man. Anywho, let's take this offline. Put it back on me real quick. Pause. Also, how do you like these sound bites I've been putting up here? Love these sound.
You know how the false prophet said, "Have you ever been swallowed?"
Oh man, shout out to Geno Jennings. And happy Sunday to him. You know. By the way, who do you guys think? Because I don't know when they're going to present the awards. I don't know if they're going to do it after or before the Super Bowl. But I think that the MVP should go to Lamar Jackson. But if they do give it to Barkley, I would understand. I would definitely understand. Especially, well, the ballots are already in, and they're saying it's a regular season award, but you never know. You never know. Or they probably saw the Bills and Ravens game, and because of the winner of that, they probably decided low key. All right, let's decide the winner of that, and we're gonna give uh, we'll give the MVP based on that. You know, that's not outside the realm of possibility. But let's check Twitter for the reactions of the public. Let's check Twitter real quick. Let's check Twitter. Bills, Chiefs. Let's put it on Twitter. Sorry for the delay. I just gotta watch out because Twitter. You gotta like when you're scrolling on Twitter, you gotta watch out. You legit gotta watch out. When you scrolling on Twitter, you gotta watch out. People be putting all types of nonsense. Like, bro, I can't even get into it. I can't even get into it because the nonsense that they put on Twitter is crazy. Well, you can't even scroll it without seeing, you know what, on there. Oh, so I'm seeing rigged as a hashtag for the Chiefs. Oh man. Okay. Well, let me watch out for some of these things because a lot of these things are, copyright. I like this background. Let me use this image real quick. I like this as a background. Let's zoom it up. Let's prop it up. And let's put it as the overlay in the meantime. Let's prop it up. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Let's prop that one up, and then let's prop up the Eagles real quick. I didn't give them their credit. There we go. It's not too bad. That ain't too bad. Considering it's not too bad. Got here. That's not too bad. So yep, we got the Super Bowl rematch from what? Last year. No. No. Why am I blanking on my memory right now? Who the Chiefs faced last year? I'm blanking right now. Who did the Chiefs? Somebody tell me in the chat. I'm blanking on who they faced last year in the Super Bowl in the NFC. The 49ers. Yeah, I'm like, why am I blanking? Yeah, so they faced the 49ers last year. And then the year before that, they faced the Eagles. So to complete the three-peat, they got to go back to where they started to begin with to get the three-peat. How poetic. How poetic, man. But I will, yeah, I'm definitely rooting for the Eagles for this game. Definitely rooting for the Eagles. Let's go back on Twitter. Let's exit out of this. Let's safely scroll Twitter. I'm going to safely scroll Twitter. I'm going to safely scroll because the nonsense.
Now the Patrick Mahomes era. Andy Reid. Basketball players get stuck in the Jordan era. Tennis players in the Serena Williams era. Golfers in the Tiger Woods era. Oh. Football players had the Tom Brady era, and now the Patrick Mahomes era. Andy Reid.
Yeah, sounds about right. Also, let's also hear more from Patrick Mahomes.
You guys have the opportunity.
Let's hear from Patrick Mahomes real quick.
Oh, congratulations, Patrick. We meet again in this moment. And now for you, you guys have the opportunity to head back to a Super Bowl.
By the way, I have to put the blockers there just for copyright purposes. Just for copyright purposes, I have to put the blockers there. So we're hearing from Patrick Mahomes, his comments post-game.
Keep the chances of a three-peat alive. We knew it would come down to the wire. How do you even describe this opportunity at hand?
I mean, first off, I want to give all glory to God. Without him, none of this is possible, and I truly mean that. And I'm just so proud of my teammates, man, how they responded. That was a great football team, and I'm just lost of words. I'm excited for New Orleans.
You talked about your teammates, whether it was Worthy, whether it was you with your legs, and then the defense on that fourth down stop. What is it about this team that continuously gets it done?
Yeah, I think I've always said it. It's not about one guy. It's not about a couple guys. It's about the whole entire team. And when we needed the defense to get stops, they got stops. Offense, we made plays. That's why we're so special, because it's a team effort and it's a team football game.
Well, good luck in New Orleans.
Yeah, appreciate you.
By the way, guys, stay with me here. Do you guys think that Travis Kelce, after this Super Bowl, you think he's going to retire? I think that's definitely up for discussion, in my opinion. That's definitely up for discussion. So yeah, shout out to the Eagles for winning the NFC Championship. The Washington Commanders, they were in the game for most of it. It's just those fumbles killed them. when they were trying to come back, and then I remember they had came back within 11, and they had the ball again, and they was marching right down the field like it was nothing, and then I forgot who fumbled the ball. I don't know if it was Zach Ertz or somebody, but somebody fumbled the ball in the near the red zone. I was like, Jesus H, you know what? Because I was rooting on the Commanders, man. I was really rooting on them. Because I got respect for Jaden Daniels, but shout out to the Eagles, because even though I was rooting for Jaden Daniels and I was rooting for the Washington Commanders, I was looking at the Eagles with a funny eye ever since they didn't give Barkley the chance to break the rushing record in the regular season. So I was always looking at the Eagles like, y'all better make it back to the Super Bowl for you to deny that man what should be the rushing record. He should be the rushing record, but they didn't give him the chance to do that. So I'm glad that Saquon Barkley got what he deserved. By the way, the Eagles are freaking stacked. Like they're stacked. This is probably the only team really in the NFL currently that you can say, okay, this is a team that can really beat the Chiefs. It's all up to Jalen Hurts. It's all up to Jalen Hurts. I don't know if did you guys see the last play that Josh Allen had today? I don't know if you guys saw the play that the last play that Josh Allen had today, where Spags gave him a blitz that he did not see that blitz coming on that 4th and 5. I think was it 4th and 5? It wasn't even like 4th and forever. It was like 4th and 5. Man, he sent that blitz, and Josh out. He did not see that coming. But even still, then he almost still made the play. But that blitz was just too much for him. That blitz was crazy. That blitz was just too much for him, man. By the way, let me take this off. Actually, let me take this off. Here we go. Took that orange off. By the way, since this is a sports stream, I do want to bring something up. Let me bring something up real quick. But actually let me keep scrolling, because I'm seeing rigged as a hashtag. But we'll go back to that. We'll go back to that later. I wanted to show a sports related topic. I wanted to show a sports related topic. And it's kind of gone viral. I want to show this to the normies real quick. Let me show you this real quick. It's regarding Jaden Daniels and his mom. It's sports related and it's RP related at the same time. So I did wanted to show this. Let's hide this. Let's hide the GIF that I got up there. Let's hide it. Here we go. Powerful stuff. NFL star Jaden Daniels' mother / agent says girls are what mostly concerns her as Jaden reaches NFL stardom in his rookie year. So this is from a documentary. I'm not sure when this documentary, like when the videotaping took place. Maybe it took place during the preseason. Right. And by the way, we talk about Jaden Daniels, Heisman winner, coming out of college, from LSU. He's definitely going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. So he's already, that guy. Basically, he's already that guy already. He's already that guy. So let's switch up the could I switch up the background? I'm trying to see if I can or can I not? But anyways, let's play this part. Yeah, let me switch up the background. Let me make sure I'm straight with the background. You know, just in case. Just in case. But anyways, let's hear what she has to say here.
Now that Jaden is getting ready to take this next big step, what concerns you the most?
Girls. Them girls. Some girls.
Damn. She really thought about it. She didn't say the skill. She didn't say his work ethic. She didn't say the playbook. Hey, yo, man. And it's interesting. And what's interesting, too, because Lamar Jackson has his mom as his agent, too, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't really be seeing Lamar having no shawty, wrapped up on his, wrapped up all on him, still in the spotlight, doing nonsense. But obviously they got hoes, but I don't see him with like an official shawty. You know what I mean? So clearly there must be a method to the madness that, where even the moms, they seem to really have the best interest in heart. And because at the end of the day, the moms, even if they were ratchet when they were growing up or they was on some different type of time, once they grow up and they have a son, then they realize, oh shoot, I gotta make sure I gotta save him from these hoes. So that's when, and shout out to you know what I mean? Shout out to Miss Daniels or Mrs. Daniels, right? For just putting it out there. Because LeVar Ball said the same thing. Because LeVar Ball is the only like man that was like that had the balls. Pause, to say the least. But like he's the only man that had the cojones to be on, public TV or in public to be like, yo, look, I had to tell my sons, like, you're not gonna meet like a nice lady, you gonna meet a hoe. Most like, I'm sorry, you gonna meet a hoe. And now people are not afraid to put that out there. What's your biggest fear with your son entering the league, entering the public? Them hoes. Because once you get to that certain level, yeah, you the athlete, you might be looking for love or loyalty, whatever. That girl that's going after you now, she's on straight demon time. And the first people to know are usually the moms. This is why now, I don't know if you've noticed this, you have this thing now where you'll have girls, right? And they will say, oh, I can't date anybody. I can't date a man that grew up with a single mom. And I can't date a man that didn't grow up without a father and a mom in the house. I'm talking about, you hearing black girls saying this, and you're just like, the nerve. And the only reason why they're saying this is because the sons that are close to with their moms, right? Or I've even heard women, I've even heard grown women say this. Oh, do not date a man that has a close relationship with his mom. And I'm wondering why they're saying this now. And then without them saying, then I'll be like, so are you admitting that moms make the worst parents? But they won't say that. So it's clearly there's another reason why they're saying that. The reason why they're saying it is because it's harder for them to pull the manipulation tactics or techniques or money stealing techniques if the mom is still there or if the mom is around the son. That's really what it is. So this is why Jaden Daniels, it looked like, especially this year, was very focused. You see, you didn't hear nothing about no shorties. You didn't hear about no girls. Same thing with Lamar. You don't really hear nothing about no girls and stuff. His mom is his agent. So the people with, their father or their mom as the agent, it seems like, but specifically the moms as the agent, they seem to be able to protect their sons from the hoes, or in terms of a girl, specifically one girl stealing all of his attention from what he needs to do. Let's press play. Let's finish this off.
Girls. Them girls. Some girl out here. She's got Jaden Daniels' wall. And her mama said, hey, honey, you're going to be the one who's going to go get him. And
sheesh. And she said, I know that sounds crazy. Watch this.
I know that sounds crazy, but I guarantee there's someone out there who's trying to get their hooks into Jaden Daniels. So thank God he got a mama like me, because it ain't happening.
I bet she did say something like that.
Yep. So
now that Jaden is getting ready to take this next step.
Oh man. Now I gotta look at the reaction to that though. I didn't really look at I don't think I looked at the comments. They said this is an old video from college, and then they said no, the episode just came out. Okay. He said, them hoes when Mama Daniels let her guard down. Those are facts. Those are facts. Yeah, those are facts, man. Somebody said, why y'all acting like y'all don't know the type of girl she's talking about and just think she meant any girl? She described the type right here in the clip. Yeah, you can't. It's still gonna be people using shaming tactics, even though she specifically described the girls, the type of girls that she was talking about when she said them girls. And really what she want to say is them hoes, but you can't say, so she has to kind of dress it up in a specific way. But this is why, but this is the thing too, this is where women don't really plan ahead. So you had a whole thing of, mama knows best saying that for all these years and making sure, oh no, he can't. Always making sure the sons is closer to the moms, right? But the backfire to this, right, is that when these sons grow older and get to that age where they can start picking a female, there's always going to be a conflict between the mom and whatever broad that's trying to enter his life as the number one woman. It's always going to be a conflict. But they could have listened to me or, the quote unquote patriarchy, where when it was the men that was ruling over. So when the son would pick the female, the moms couldn't get in the way, especially if the dad is already there. Now with Jaden, his dad is in the picture, but I'm just saying, you hear a lot of stuff now where you'll hear women be like, I can't date a dude that's close with his mom. they'll just say that out loud. It is not because of quote unquote emotional incest and all this stuff. They look at the mom as a competition. That's what it is. It's sick, really. I'm like, how do you feel like you're competing with the mom? You're how is that how is that even a thing? But that's how they look. That's how they're looking at it. They're competing with the mom in terms of the attention, the money, the resources going to her instead of the family. These are the things that you actually could avoid if you go after a dude that is more patriarchal, actually. I remember people used to, what's a green flag in a guy, and I'll be like, oh, a guy that looks at his father as a superhero, and a person that looks at his dad as like the guy, and honors his father first, and honors like the structure that comes with it. Now, when I said something like this, people took it as, oh, what are you trying to say, that the mom could do that? That crying stuff. And you're just like, I'm like, I just gave you the cheat. I'm like, I'm not even really supposed to be giving women the game like this. This is like the ultimate cheat code to life that I'm giving you. Like, I'm giving you like the cheat code. And I was just like, oh, they really, like, women are really that, self-centered that they don't even see the bigger picture of what I'm saying. I was like, okay. I was like, okay. Because I'm like, it's gonna be a little bit difficult for you if the dude's closer to his mom. And I'm basically actually giving you the cheat code where you're actually taking advantage of the man, like, because men like that actually get taken advantage of because they like to provide, quote unquote. Right. And I basically gave the cheat code, but they're so self-centered that they took it as an attack on moms or something like that, I guess, when I said that. But I just gave you the cheat code, but okay. Because it's going to be a little bit tougher if Mama Dukes is in the way. It's going to be a little tougher for you to finesse. It's going to be a little bit tougher for you to manipulate. It's going to be a little bit tougher for you to be asking for money and all this nonsense like doing. Because I know guys like that are more father-centric, more patriarchal centric. They take pride in being able to take care of not necessarily just his girl or his family. I'm talking about even people outside the family, or everybody around him, But with a guy like that, people have to fall in line. And that's including his woman. But anyways, that's a story for another day. But let's check on I keep seeing rigged. I keep seeing rigged everywhere. Oh, I know what they mean. So that play. that play, they thought that Josh Allen got that first down. I thought he got that first down too. Let me even if it was by a little bit or whatever that was, I thought he got that first down. I can't show the play due to copyright issues, but I thought he got that too. I'm not gonna lie. That's a shame though. That's crazy work with this picture. This AI picture is crazy work. This AI picture is crazy work. It's got the ref, got Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, and Roger Goodell in bed together. This AI picture is crazy work, man. That's crazy work. Say, congratulations, NFL. You have created the most unwatchable Super Bowl in history. Hashtag rigged. The only thing here is it's always rigged when, you know what I mean? It's always the same thing. It's always rigged when their team doesn't win, when Bills beat the Ravens, and there were some questionable calls there against the Ravens and some versus the Bills, I didn't see the Bills really complain that whole much. Especially, I remember seeing a hit that Lamar Jackson took out of bounds. And I was like, that's clearly a flag, but no flag. I was like, wow, okay. But this is the stuff that, people just they'll conveniently leave off. If the Bills won, then it's not rigged. So if the Bills win, it's not rigged. But if the Bills it was but yeah, if the Bills don't win, it's rigged. But if the Bills win, then it's not rigged. And one thing I will try to remind, quote unquote Bills Mafia is this. Guys, like the league changed the rules because they felt so bad for Josh Allen because he lost to Patrick Mahomes. This in overtime. I was like, when I saw that happen, right? I was like, so out of all the dudes that done got their heart broke with these overtime rules, you know what I mean? Out of all these, so because for the regular season, it's still the same rules. It's just they change it for the playoffs, right? I done seen Aaron Rodgers, I saw Aaron Rodgers versus the Cardinals come up with two impossible throws to tie the game up, right? And I think the divisional game? Yeah, it was a divisional game. Ties it up against the Cardinals in the divisional game. Two impossible throws that I've two of the most impossible throws I've ever seen in a sequence to to tie the game up, bring the Packers to overtime, and he never saw the ball again, and they lost. And the the league didn't decide to change the rules. It's just damn. That's just sad that he couldn't get the ball back. He didn't get a chance. There's a lot of people I saw. They didn't get the ball back because of the overtime rules. They felt so bad for Josh Allen. They decided to change the OT rules. But these same Bills fans want to talk about rigged. If Lamar Jackson had lost in the same fashion those years ago when the Bills lost in overtime, I think that was the 13-second game, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. But if that happened to Lamar Jackson or literally anybody else, they would have not changed the rules. But because the Bills fans, they can be a little bit deluded. They overlook that the league and the officials, they're very protective of Josh Allen. So when I hear stuff like rigged coming from Bills fans, I'm like, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? It's like, yes, it's true, but coming from you guys, and the NFL caters to you because they want to protect Josh Allen. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. It's almost like a Manchester United fan complaining about refs. I'm like, yeah, the refs are bad, but you guys are the last team, should be the last set of fans to be complaining about refs. Or it'll be like a Patriots fan complaining about the refs. I'm like, you guys should be the last people complaining about the refs. The league changed the rules for you to help you win a game in the playoffs. Like on the spot, they changed the rules for you against the Raiders. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Stop it. So yeah, that whole rigged stuff, I don't know. I'm not really trying to hear that. No disrespect. I'm not really trying to hear that. Here we go. They mean this specific play. I thought me personally, maybe I gotta take a closer look at it, but I thought what's that boy's name? I'm blanking on his name, but I thought the Chiefs receiver, the first round pick, I'm blanking on his name, but I thought he caught it, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong about that. But in terms of hearing rigged coming from Bills fans, I'm like, dude, the league literally changed the OT rules because they felt so bad for Josh Allen. That's probably another missed call that I didn't see. Yeah, I would say the sketchiest one was the fourth down spot right here. Yeah, that was sketchy. That was sketchy as hell because I thought Josh Allen made it. I don't know. I guess they draw the line for us here. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, and I was about to say the same thing. During the Patriots era, it was a lot of like weird calls at different times. Same stuffs. Same things. And then when people would complain about it being rigged, Patriots fans was not trying to hear it because they was winning. So now it's basically the Chiefs' turn to kind of benefit from basically get the benefit of the doubt from the refs. You know, I didn't really see Patrick Mahomes flop today, so that's why I'm not OD going in on the Chiefs. That's why. Also, let me hold on for a second. Let me grab my phone. Let me grab my phone real quick. Fortunately, I put it to charge like all the way away from me. I don't know why I did that. That wasn't smart. But anyways, let's put this GIF up there. Let's put the Chiefs GIF up there. Oh yeah, by the way, that catch from that Bills receiver at the end of that 4th and 5 when Josh Allen heaved it up, Patrick Mahomes style. He heaved that thing up, Patrick Mahomes. That guy almost caught it. I was like, what? Oh, young Doka, man. What's up, man? So yeah, I got the Chiefs gift right here. I got that, and then I got the Eagles gift, if I can find it right here. So we got the Super Bowl matchup that's gonna happen. We already got that. We already got that going on. See if we can pull it up real quick. Super Bowl, what's that? Super Bowl 59? Yeah, Super Bowl 59. I could be wrong. Yeah, Super Bowl 59. Super Bowl 59. Yeah, Super Bowl 59 is going to be in New Orleans, man. Yeah, I was rooting for the Commanders to win, but I am happy that Saquon Barkley is leading this Eagles team to where they need to be. So I will be rooting for the Eagles to beat the Chiefs, not because I have anything against the Chiefs, is because I respect, the team that the Eagles have assembled. The Chiefs, speaking on the Chiefs, I was rooting for in this game. I don't think I even was really rooting for the Chiefs and Bills game. I don't even think I was rooting for anybody really, because I don't. To be fair, I'm not really too fond of the Bills or the Chiefs. No disrespect, but so I was kind of watching it more objectively. I'll keep it a buck. You could say it's the same with the Eagles and Commanders because I was rooting for the Commanders, but I am glad that Barkley's, when the Eagles had sat Saquon Barkley down and they didn't let him chase that record, that left a sour taste in my mouth. I was like, yo, I'm like, they better make it back to the Super Bowl. I'm like, they better make it back to the Super Bowl at least. So Young Doka said, didn't watch the AFC game, but get my boy JD5 some help and we will be back to back easy. Yes, you guys need to do some recruiting. But really what killed Washington today were the fumbles. Because I saw them, they was making a comeback. They were making a comeback. And it was within, they brought it back to 11. The game was kind of getting away from them a little bit in the third quarter, I believe. Then Jaden Daniels marched down. They was down like 18 or 19. And they scored a touchdown. They converted the 2-point conversion. They brought it back to within 11. Eagles had the ball. They gave the ball right back to the Commanders. And the Commanders were basically right near near the red zone. And they were going to march all the way down and get another touchdown, in my opinion, or at least a field goal. And they were going to bring it within 8. But they fumbled. I think it was Zach Ertz that fumbled, if I'm not mistaken. It was somebody else that fumbled. It was I forgot who fumbled, but somebody fumbled near the red zone, near around the 30-yard mark, the 25-yard mark, and it was basically over after that. But I still think the Eagles would have probably still won. But it should have, like, the score line just basically got out of control after that fumble. It kind of reminded me of the Falcons. I don't know, Young Doki, you remember the Falcons and Packers game in 2017, the NFC Championship game? It was the Falcons versus the Packers, and the Packers and Falcons, it would have been close. But the problem was the Packers were already tired, and then the Packers had this fullback. I forgot what his name was, like Ripkowski or something. And they were going to tie it up against the Falcons because it was the Falcons were the type of team that would score a lot of points. You had to match that each time. And he fumbles right at the goal line. And basically the Packers just could not recover. They just couldn't recover after that. So similar basically happened to the Commanders today, in my opinion. That fumble in the third quarter, that was it. That was it. Young Doka said Barkley better get Super Bowl MVP or cancel the game because I ain't ready for a 3-time Mahomes D sucking. I will be, like I said, I will be rooting for Barkley. And I like the Eagles. I like the team that they assembled. It's because they're really stacked. The Eagles team is stacked from head to toe. The only thing, the X factor, is Jalen Hurts. It all depends on Jalen Hurts' decision making because the defense will be fine. I'm talking about the Eagles are stacked on their front end and their back end defensively. They got DBs that can cover, and they got defensive linemen that can pass rush. I'm talking about their interior linemen. You got what's his name, Jalen Carter. Still got Brandon Graham. Like you got people that I'm talking about. Their big boys can rush it. Like they don't need their outside linebackers to really OD blitz. Their best pass rushers are their front end playmakers. So defensively, they're stacked. Their DBs, they got the best set of DBs, probably in one of the best set of DBs, and probably in football. So now, then you go with the Eagles. What they got? They technically have 2 number 1 wide receivers in AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. They technically got 2 number 1s. Dallas Goedert has always been a solid tight end. And then you got Saquon Barkley. It's a stacked team. The only question mark is Jalen Hurts gonna manage the game? You know what I mean? Is Jalen Hurts gonna make the right decisions on play action? People were talking about his knee. Is he healthy? You know what I mean? But the X factor is Jalen Hurts. It's basically the same thing when he was on Alabama and when he was a freshman. It's like, okay, the team is stacked. It's just basically up to you to make the right decisions. And now, obviously he's a way different player now than he was at Alabama, but it's still basically the same situation. You on a stacked team, you literally have everything that QBs be asking for, right? Are you going to make the right decisions? Let me see. Young Doka also says, yep, they were making a comeback. Then after that fumble, the O-line gave up afterwards. Exactly. The team kind of gave up after that. Young Doka also says, this is no longer named Super Bowl 59. It's Super Bowl not like us. I'd be skipping the Super Bowl halftime performances. Most times I skip them. I didn't skip the Usher one. I don't think I skipped the Usher one. I don't think I skipped the Dr. Dre one. Even though I don't remember. I do remember the 50 Cent thing when he was hanging upside down and everybody was roasting him because he was quote unquote looking chubby. I found that extremely hilarious, not because of him hanging upside down, but the amount of body shaming. I was like, oh, I thought we didn't do body shaming. Here 50 Cent getting roasted, flamed, cooked by everybody. I was like, wow. Oh, okay. Man. I was like, man, I don't want to hear nobody talk about no body shaming, no fat shaming. I don't want to hear none of that after that because I'm talking about women, dudes, everything. They was tearing him up. I didn't see nobody's comments getting reported for hate speech and all this stuff on Instagram. No posts getting reported for hate speech. I was like, oh, okay, all right. I see how we're doing. I see how we're running things. But I kept mental note of that. I was like, oh, that's how we doing things. Okay. This is how we doing business here. Okay. Oh, it's all right. It's all good. But yeah, the Eagles are stacked, man. The Eagles are freaking they're stacked. They are stacked. Imagine if Jason Kelsey decided to stay another year. Straight stacked, man. Yeah, so I guess I'll say the sketchiest play will be, to me, in the Chiefs and Bills game. The sketchiest play was definitely the fourth down that they said it was short. I thought it was. I didn't think it wasn't short. I didn't think it was short. But this is the problem with when you leave things up to chance like that and you don't handle your business. Taking those 4th and inches and all those stuff for granted. If you leave it up to chance to stuff like that instead of handling your business, these are the sketchy things that can happen. These are and also the reason why I didn't think the Bills were going to win today. And like I said, I wasn't really rooting for anybody in that game. But the reason why I didn't think the Bills were going to win today because the Ravens had turned the ball over a lot. And the game was the game was supposed to go to overtime if Mark Andrews did what he was supposed to do, in my opinion, because I didn't think me personally, I didn't think Josh Allen was going to march down the field and do what he was supposed to do. Because I know it was going to be tied and all they would need is a field goal. I thought if Josh Allen got the ball back, I didn't think he was going to handle his business. That's just me, though. That's just me. I didn't have that much faith in him. And even Tony Romo had said it in the game where, even earlier in the game, when Lamar Jackson threw the interception, he told the audience, he's like, well, Lamar Jackson actually has more room he has more room for error because it is a snow game and the Bills are going to play more conservative anyways. And comparatively, the Ravens played very less on the conservative side. And the Ravens had like back-breaking turnovers. And I'm talking about the interception wasn't even a back-breaking turnover because they didn't even get no points out of that. They didn't even get no points out of that. It was the fumbles that were like, oh my God, that's just, you can't do that. It was the fumbles that broke the Ravens. And even still then, it was still 22-20, was it 22-20 or 22-21? A 2-point conversion away from going to OT. And so when I saw that, because the Ravens had like I'm talking about like, okay, your team is gonna give up type turnovers. And it still went all the way down to the last throw. So I was like, if you face the Chiefs, I'm like, you better not play like that, or you're gonna lose. But that's just me. And I know it was a snow game, so maybe, people will be like, oh, they're gonna be less conservative. I'm like, because I saw the Bills' performance versus the Ravens, I wasn't really that impressed, to be honest. I was impressed with their run game, but I'm like, I don't think they're gonna be able to run like that versus the Chiefs. Let me see. Young Doka says Jalen Hurts actually had a pretty good game for a guy who was supposed to be on one leg and not dancing in the end zone. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So he didn't even have his brace on today when I saw him. I was like, oh, because they was making such a big deal about his leg, but he seemed fine. At the end of the day, when it comes to Jalen Hurts, it's just, is he going to make the right decisions? If Jalen Hurts has one of those games where he at least throws for over 200, and Barkley is running the way he's running, the Eagles are basically unstoppable as long as Jalen Hurts is making the right decisions. Because if he's making the right decisions, he's actually more than a game manager. You know what I mean? Like he can actually do things, put up good numbers and stuff like that, enough to win the Super Bowl MVP even if need be. I thought I clicked. Okay. Young Doka said, last year I never watched the Usher halftime, only saw clips. I was in Nigeria watching the AFCON Cup. Not even a soccer fan, but it's better football. AFCON Cup is underrated as hell, bro. It is underrated as hell. Just, for the audience, if anybody else is listening, or for the people in the playback, the AFCON Cup is usually every winter from January, I think basically through the whole month of January. And basically, if you get called up to your national team, you basically have to leave the team in the middle of the season. The team that you on, you got to basically leave it and then play for your country. That's the way it works. But yeah, did you? Maybe since it is a sports stream, I got to show that clip, because Ghana didn't qualify for this year's African Cup of Nations. They didn't qualify, and they was roasting the coach. The Ghana media was roasting the coach, man. That is one position though, right there, I wouldn't want. Ghana soccer coach, I wouldn't want that position. I wouldn't want that position. But the homie was roasting the coach. He said the guy was like, then you are basically a better scout than you are a coach. Because coaching, you're not good at all. That was one of the funniest videos I saw of 2024. Oh my God. Anyways, he said, I thought the Bills would win and the Commanders would win because they were both in the Super Bowl years ago. Script wrote it. Oh, I see what you mean. But like me personally, I was rooting for the Commanders, but the Eagles, they're just too stacked. So I wasn't disappointed that they lost, But with the Chiefs and the Bills, I wasn't rooting for the Chiefs, but I knew the Chiefs were going to win, if that makes sense. So I didn't put no money, obviously, on the Chiefs. I'm not really into sports betting like that. But if somebody had asked me, who should I put my money on, just winning outright? Because I'm not knowledgeable on spread, point spread and all that. I'm just who's gonna win? I'm just be like Chiefs, because I was not impressed with the Bills' performance versus the Ravens. I was impressed with their running game, no doubt, but versus the Chiefs, that perform, I was like, that's not enough. That is just not enough. I didn't see what I needed to see. I was like, that team cannot beat the Chiefs. That specific team cannot beat the Chiefs. But that's just me. That's just me. I thought if the Ravens had won, because I don't think the Chiefs were really worried that they were going to lose. I just don't. They just. It's just me. That's just what I feel. I don't think the Chiefs were really that worried about the Bills. I just think the Chiefs just have the Bills number. It's always going to be close. It's always going to be a close game. It's always going to be a close game when the Chiefs and Bills play. But when it comes down to the matches that matter, if it's a playoff game or if it's a game to figure out who's going to be the number one seed, I'm going to pick the Chiefs, depending on who they got on the squad, though, for the Chiefs. But seeing how the Chiefs were in the playoffs, just overall, I'm just like, I just don't think they're worried about the Bills like that. They really not. They're just like, okay, this is going to be this is one of those teams. Okay, we got to make sure we're ready for. We just got to make sure we keep Josh Allen a little bit more contained, And Josh Allen played fine, but he's just not. Josh Allen is just not better than Mahomes. It's basically just physically, he's just not better than him. And that's what it comes down. That's what it comes down to. Young Doka says AFCON Cup was insanity. This might be a crazy take, Chris, but I think as a tournament, if you could call it, it's better than March Madness. You are absolutely right. It is better than March Madness. It is. Well, people don't with the AFCON Cup. I don't know, because a lot of maybe people might not OD watch it like that, but it's on beIN Sports. So just let you guys know, if you guys want to, buy the sports package on YouTube TV or whatever, you guys want to watch the African Cup of Nations. It's every winter, it's every year or every other year, right? In January. And you're going to see some of the most competitive football that you will see. You're not going to be able to predict who's going to win it. You can never predict who's going to win AFCON. You can never predict it. You're going to be wrong. Like AFCON, people want to talk about, oh, I want parity. Watch AFCON Cup. You're going to see parity. You're not going to be able to predict what's going to happen, man. You can't predict it. You can't even, even with AFCON, even with the players, even with certain teams with their best stars, you can't really make a prediction. It's probably the most competitive it's probably the most competitive international football tournament in the world. It probably is. Just in my opinion, AFCON Cup, you never really know who's going to win. You never know. Even though you already know, you already know, because Ghana when's the last time Ghana hasn't won it in a minute? I'm talking about, I don't think have they ever won AFCON? And they're the best, technically, you would think they're the best team in Africa, but they haven't even won AFCON. Hold on, let me ask Google real quick. Let me hit the speaker real. Oh no, let me not do that. Voice search has been turned off. It says, when's the last time? I think it's like 25 years ago. Let me search some. One AFCON. Yep. Since what, ninth? Oh, way more than that. So the last time they won AFCON was 1982. 1982. 1982. That's the last time Ghana won AFCON. Now, I don't know about their youth teams. I don't know about the under 19s, the U20s. I don't know. I don't watch the U20, U19s, African Cup of Nations. But I'm talking about for the men's team for AFCON. The last time Ghana has won AFCON is in 1982. That's insane. Particularly with the type of players that Ghana produced. That's just ridiculous. But that's how competitive AFCON is. That's how competitive. Young Doka said, speaking of the Ravens, Mark Andrews on self-delete alert with all the hate coming his way. I will say this in defense of Mark Andrews. Actually, well, I'll say it twofold. I think that Mark Andrews, he doesn't have to address the media. And I'll explain that in a second. But let's be frank here. I am getting tired of these NFL players that be you know those NFL players, they be in pregame in these cold places. They show up without a shirt just to prove that, oh, I'm ready for the cold. And Mark Andrews was doing that nonsense before the game. And then he ends up dropping all those balls. Remember Odell Beckham Jr. did that in when the Giants faced the Packers in the wild card playoff game in 2017. I don't know if you remember that, but it was the Giants versus the Packers. It was damn near 0 degrees outside at Lambeau Field. Odell Beckham Jr. goes outside with his core of wide receivers, and they show up shirtless, trying to prove a point. And Odell Beckham, all he was doing was dropping balls that whole game. I'm tired of NFL players doing that stuff. Dude, just accept that it's cold. You don't got to prove nothing to nobody. Mark Andrews was doing that nonsense. He wasn't now Mark Andrews, I don't think he was shirtless, but he was like he showed up basically, pregame just with like a sleeveless with his bare arms showing, whatever. And then you just see the Ravens posting, he's not afraid of the cold. And I was just sitting there just shaking my head. I'm just like, why do people do this to themselves? Just accept anybody that's played in that kind of environment, they're cold. It's okay to be cold. But this whole thing about, taking your shirt off, showing up shirtless in the pre-games in 5-10 degree weather just to prove a point, you don't have to do none of that, man. And now Mark Andrews had like literally the worst hands out of everybody. And I will say this, you know what was worse for me? I'm not saying the catch that he dropped wasn't egregious, because it was bad. But what was worse for me was that fumble when that was going to break the game open. Lamar Jackson hit him in the middle of the field. All he had to do was run forward. He tries to do some juke, tries to go backwards and gets the ball punched out from him. I was like, bruh, What are you doing? So I was like, what are you do? Like that to me was more egregious than the drop. That was more egregious to me than the drop. I'm like, where the hell is he running? He runs back. He does so. I'm like, I've never even seen you do that. Just run forward, protect the ball. First of all, I don't know what it is with these new NFL players. They don't understand like the defenses are basically taught. Especially if you get a big gain as a player, as a receiver, as a back, they're gonna try to rip the ball from you first before they try to tackle you. If you get a big gain, the DBs are gonna try to punch the ball from you. I don't know why they don't get this. Because they can't hit low on players no more. It's a penalty. They can't hit the quarterbacks no more. It's a penalty. They can't pop people no more. It's a penalty. All the emphasis now, particularly when it comes to these DBs, they be trying to peanut Tillman pop the ball from you. But for I don't know why NFL players they don't get this. Because I'll be seeing it coming. I'm like, he's gonna try to rip the ball from it. It'll be a player. They'll get a massive game. Like, they're gonna try to not only tackle you, but they're gonna try to strip the ball from you at the same time if you get a big gain. But I don't know. I don't know what it is. Especially a lot of tight ends. I'll be seeing this happen to them. They get they get the ball punched straight from them. Oh, how about this? The Saints versus the Buccaneers in 2021, I believe. I forgot what that Saints tight end name is. He's a journeyman. I'm blanking on his name. I'm like, just hold on to the ball. Them punching the ball from you is the last result because you already got the first down. All you got to do is go for protect the ball. Nope. I'm like, these people crazy, dog. Hold the ball. But anyways, Young Doga said people in the States tripping over an NFL playoff March Madness overtime game, but try an AFCON overtime plus penalty shootout. It gets crazier, guys. You know what's also crazy competitive? World Cup qualifying in South America. World Cup qualifying games in South America are wild because first of all, a lot of those pitches are the pitches that they got to play on in South America is just disgraceful. So that even adds to the madness, but it gets crazy competitive in World Cup qualifying games they call it Conem ball. Conem CONEMBOL. World Cup qualifying games in South America, Central America, and North America with, United States, Mexico, Canada, even though that's not going to be necessary for this upcoming World Cup. USA and Mexico and Canada, they don't have to do World Cup qualifying. But for South America, man, the whole world wars about to be started over that stuff. Young Doka said these dudes think they get extra catches if you practice in the cold with less clothes on. That's like that's like a basketball player doing full court drills with no shoes on just to miss open lays when you laced up. I don't know what is it with these people, dog. It's okay to admit that you're cold, man. It's you're cold. We're cold, but it's not even then. Like now they got heaters at the seats now. You got warming, you got lotion that can warm up your body and stuff like that. All types of different Vaselines that you can put on. It's not like how it was back in the day, and still, but they be trying to, that playing that, trying to be Mr. Tough Guy. I don't know why I don't know why they do this. It gets on my nerves to the biggest degree. I'm like, you do know, like, even in soccer overseas, like it'll be players they got to play in Russia. And it'd be like 10 degrees, 5 degrees, they playing in that cold. And I don't know why they trying to prove a point by not wearing gloves or, not wearing warm clothes under. I'm just, bruh, wear what you feel is comfortable. Make sure you're straight. Make sure you got your hand warmers. Make sure you're just prepared. Just make sure you're prepared. That's it. You don't got to show up and then shirtless. You don't need to do all that. Just be prepared. Be prepared. But it's like they always want to prove a point. And to be fair, Lamar Jackson didn't play that bad. It's just it wasn't really the interception wasn't necessarily his fault. It was a miscommunication. But even then, he said he said himself he should have looked off the safety. So it was a miscommunication between him and Bateman. But it was really the fumble. That was the one, because the interception he threw, Josh, the Bills made nothing of it. They didn't even get a field goal out of it. They got the ball back. So it wasn't even the interception wasn't even a thing. It was the fumble. And because when they picked up the fumble, and because that was easily avoidable, because Lamar Jackson was gonna I forgot what the center's name is, but he hiked the ball too high, and Lamar Jackson tried to make something out of nothing, which he's good at. But for that specific play, he should have just took his loss, because him trying to make more out of nothing, he ended up just fumbling the ball. And then they ended up running they took that ball, they picked up the ball and damn near went all the way to the 10-yard line. And those are the turnover killers. It's not really necessarily the interceptions a lot of times. It's those fumbles. It's those fumbles, dog. It's those fumbles. But yeah, but speaking of which, you had said something earlier about Mark Andrews that I wanted to actually defend one of his actions. What's that comment right here? So I will say this. I will give him the benefit of the doubt in terms of him not speaking to the media, and I'm gonna show you why. Because Cam Newton said it. I had it saved. Let me see if I can bring that up real quick. Let's see if I can bring it up, because I like what Cam Newton had to say about that situation. Because it was some real what he said was some real spill. So, Young Doka, were you here with me when I did the Fox Sports scandal with Joy Taylor, and I read all the paperwork and all that stuff? Do you know that the media they've tried to sweep that story under the rug? And then I'm talking about even ESPN didn't want to cover the story. I was like, what? I'm like, ESPN don't want to cover the story, but watch this. You would think that mainstream media would cover the story, because Jason Whitlock was talking about this the other day, and I'm like, yo, he's dead on right. Watch this. Hold on. Stick with me for a second. Jason Whitlock was dead on right, because this should be a gold mine for the liberal media. This is happening to Fox, another sex scandal at Fox, right? Even though it's Fox Sports, FS1, it's still under the Fox company, which is known to be conservative media. So they got that. They got sexual scandals, sexual harassment. This is a gold. What and during this political time, they can blame this on Orange Man. You would think this would be a gold. I'm like, what? This would be a gold. You think this is a woman with blonde hair complaining about this stuff? You would think this is what? This is a gold mine for the liberals to run with it. But everybody's sweeping. I believe they're sweeping that story under the rug because they saw the stuff that Joy Taylor was getting accused of, and they're like, you know what, we can't cover this. I'm like, you would think it's a gold mine story. It has everything that you want. A man abusing his power, another man being accused of abusing his powers, but there's a woman attached to this story, her abusing her power. So now they don't want to cover the story no more. Now nobody want to. I'm talking about no mainstream TV sports media covering the story. Everybody at Emmanuel Acho, they don't even address it. They're acting like it didn't even happen. I was like, what? So all these times that these athletes would get like parking tickets and they would have to answer about it. they write something online, a old tweet. These guys have to talk about an old tweet that they did when they was in 8th grade, and then they suffer for it on draft day. They got to talk about it, and they're like 18, 19 years old, 20 years old. They got to answer for what they did when they were like 10. But nobody wants to touch this specific topic, even though sports media, they cover every type of topic, specifically when it comes to men in the workplace taking advantage of their position. You would have think they would have been talking about that over all of media, not only sports media, but CNN, MSNBC. Somebody would have to say something, or even the people on FS1, Joy Taylor would have had to. They just everybody's just going on like, they don't even have to address. I'm like, what? All the time these Negro athletes had to address everything that they had to do. White athletes got to address text messages with their old side chicks that are bitter and then exposing them for being racist and stuff like that. All this stuff that they had to answer to. But now Joy Taylor don't got to answer to this. Emmanuel Acho don't got to answer to this. What? With this gold mine of a story? But the reason why they're not going to cover it is because the accuser put Joy Taylor on blast on what she said about what Joy Taylor was planning to do, and she didn't get her way. She basically exposed how really the industry, how the industry is doing things right now, particularly with these female moderators. Particularly with these female reporters, moderators, etc., etc. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Young Doug said, "I think I was in here for half of the show." Yeah. So I do it because I do it. I would have sworn you were there. I was like, I would have sworn you were there for that show. Young Doga says, "You were right. That story has gone dead silent. Joy sucking the right people." It's not even just Joy, because what the accuser, I forgot what her name is, the hairdresser, what she put on blast is basically how most of the women in the sports media, this is how they move up. This is why, that's my opinion. This is why people didn't want to air it, especially First Take. I was surprised First Take didn't. I was like, First Take didn't cover this. This is a rival network going through what they go. This is their perfect time to virtue signal. You know what I mean? This is the perfect time to virtue signal over your rivals, because ESPN is a dying network. But this is the perfect time to put the moral high ground, and I'm like, oh man, ESPN finna have a field day. And then I thought about it, I'm like, actually, you know what? I don't think they're gonna cover it. I'm like, I think people are gonna be silent about this because of Joy Taylor, specifically because of Joy Taylor and what she put out there about Joy Taylor. See, Yushin, whatever that girl's name, the hairdresser, she made a big mistake adding Joy Taylor as one of the defendants in the lawsuit. That was a mistake. It's great for us. It's great for us, for the content that we make. But that was a big mistake. Because just because of adding her Networks are going to have to make a decision now. Because if they're going to cover the story, if they talk about it, they're going to have to talk about Joy Taylor's part in this. And that goes against Me Too, Time's Up, all that nonsense that we said was nonsense. They would have to literally apologize to the men. You know what I mean? They've had stories on mainstream media talking about why aren't dudes interacting with girls in the workplace. They've had stories in mainstream media, but they don't want to talk about this. This is interesting. But let's play the Cam Newton and him really defending Mark Andrews, because I was like, you know what? Cam Newton's right. Mark Andrews don't really got to answer to nobody. And really, if you're any other athlete, I want the athletes to do to the media what Marshawn Lynch did to the media in 2015. Just don't address them, because I find that very unfair that the sports media is quiet, and specifically when you're talking about, you got these are grown adults. Yeah, they were former athletes, but these are grown adults. And Joy Taylor would be the same type of person to talk about, if a guy got even accused of SA, she'd be the first person trying to put the male athlete on blast for an accusation. She has to answer to that. But for them to just act like, they're not even addressing it. They're not even addressing it. They just watch this. Just watch this clip real quick. you got to see this clip. You got to see this clip, because Cam Newton hints at the situation, and Stephen A. Smith is going to play dumb. Watch this.
I'm going to go with the unpopular pick, but I want everybody to keep this same energy in other commodities, in politics, in entertainment, in sports, no matter what it is. And we haven't been holding people to the same fire. So, Mark Andrews, it's okay, bro. You ain't got to talk to nobody, because in other networks, there's lawsuits that's been out. We ain't heard nobody say nothing about that. Now, we got other things that's coming up. When there's a Fox report that comes out and we haven't heard.
Look at Dan Orlovsky's face. He knows exactly what he's talking about. And Stephen A. Smith is playing dumb. Right here. So right here, the sentence says Stephen A. Smith was so confused. No, he wasn't. He was not confused. He knows exactly what Cam Newton's talking about. But the reason Stephen A. Smith was acting confused, because he probably knows, because first of all, because Molly Quorum probably pulled that same stuff that Joy Taylor was pulling. And he knows it. He knows it. He knows other women that have pulled that same stuff. He probably done helped a couple of women get positions doing that same stuff. He knows exactly what he's talking about. They just, I can tell that the bosses up top told them don't talk about that situation. And I think that's unfair, because when Deshaun Watson was going through a situation, they was talking about it. Mike Vick goes through his situation. and all particularly the black male athletes, and they be like 20 years old, 21 years old, 23 years old, 25 years old. They be kids. They be or college athletes even. They go through something. They got to answer for it. They got to be at the press conference next day. They got to answer for it. But we got grown adults doing God knows what. They get caught out, and then they're just gonna act like it doesn't exist. That nah, we can't do that. We that's just not fair, dog. That's just not fair. I done seen way too many athletes have to answer for fake allegations. Come on now, like, come on.
Did anybody speak about anything or make any type of public announcement? Nobody has held Fox to that same thing. So why are we talking about making a big fuss about Mark Andrews?
Sorry for blowing out my mic. Pause. He said, "Yo, we haven't held Fox to that standard." He started putting names. Cam Newton started putting names out there. Watch this. Watch this. Watch what Stephen A. Smith does right after this.
If you're not going to keep that same energy across the board, that's what I'm saying.
He's saying
in all different industries, people don't have to.
I just didn't understand what he was saying. That's all I didn't know.
He's just saying in all different industries, people don't have to be held accountable and go in front of a mic right away. So
listen, I believe Mark's going to talk at some.
I like how they're just like they don't even want to address what Cam just said right there, because what he said was real spill. Mark Andrews doesn't really have to say, or not just Mark Andrews, really any athlete. Any athlete. If I was an athlete and they start asking me anything at if I was at Super Bowl Media Week, I was like, it's fine. I find it interesting that nobody wants to talk about what's happening at FS1. Because there's you can't even use the thing of, oh, that has nothing to do with sports. You can't even use that as an argument. You can't. Because they done all these athletes that they don't put, it'd be athletes that had they missed like a curfew in college, and then they will have to answer to it. I'm talking about it'll be a college athlete. They miss a curfew. A reporter finds out, they put it on the news. And then it's an 18-year-old or a 19-year-old. He got to get answered for that for the next day. I done seen these things for years. Allen Iverson doesn't come home at a specific time. They have you should see some of these news clips. Dude, I remember even when I was a kid, I remember reading old articles on when Chris Leak was playing college, when Chris Leak was in college, he was playing quarterback for Florida. I didn't read the articles at that time, but when I was in 5th grade, 6th grade, I remember going through the old articles on the stuff that, the Florida Gators, related sports reporters, they would make these stories on Chris Leak, and it was just disgraceful. I'm like, they made a story out of this? He had to answer to this? Because why? Because he loved Tim Tebow that much? Well, I'm like, what are we doing? Also, I'm like, this is what we get to do. We could even put fake stories and then make them answer to it at the podium, and it has nothing to do with football. Nothing. Had Deshaun Watson up there when he found out he was innocent, up there crying like he done got his freedom papers, like he's a runaway slave that got his freedom papers. Oh my! Had this Negro up there crying because he was free after going through all that nonsense and having that be put throughout everywhere. But this sort of nonsense happening at Fox Sports. Nobody's saying nothing. No, I'm talking about nobody saying nothing except for Jason Whitlock on his own platform. Except for Jason Whitlock and people trying to clown Jason Whitlock. Oh, he don't even get bitches like that. What? I only heard Jason Whitlock say something. Corey Holcomb. Who else? Ticket TV. I'm like, so we not gonna cover that? Out of all the things we be covering, I'm like, and for the Fox Sports people, Emmanuel Acho and those people to just keep going on like nothing happened. What? So I'm like, so they're allowed to not say nothing? Oh, okay. This is what we doing. All right. Hey, yo, let's make this. Yo, it should be like a call to all athletes. Don't if any reporter starts mentioning about your personal business or anything that is not football related, or if anything that hints at not being football related, if I was an athlete, I'll be like, fuck you to the reporter. Straight up. Just exactly like that. And next question. and that's what I would do. Because it's impossible. How is none of the major networks covering what's happening with FS1? How's that possible? It's Fox. It's Fox. And most of the other networks are very left leaning. They're liberal. This is the perfect time to literally stomp on them. if ever there was a time, this is the perfect time to literally virtue signal, bring up Me Too, this and all. That's the problem right there. Shout out to that's why I believed her report. This is, you see, Pyro, I don't know. Well, Pyro's not in the chat, but Pyro's like, yo, I guess this is history, because anybody that knows me on my channel, I will always read out these reports and I'll be like, I don't believe him. It'll be like any girl that would make their report, I'll be like, I have never believed any of these reports. Whenever a female would come out to the media and say, oh, he or she did this to me, or he did this to me, he did that to me, I believed none of them, including the Deshaun Watson stuff. Believe none of it. Mason Greenwood, and his was controversial. I had the balls to go on Instagram to be like, I ain't buying it. Even with Mason Greenwood, and his was sketchy, but I was like, nah, I think there's more to this. And lo and behold, but hers with Yushin Faraji, I forgot what her name is. The blonde Arab bitch. That's what we're gonna call it. The blonde Arab bitch, right? She was the first person I believed. Why? Because she added Joy Taylor's dirt. And not only that, she was very specific. She said it wasn't the men, it was a specific man that was doing this and that, right? She made sure to be like, oh, no. Emmanuel Acho wasn't a predator. He was just in a relationship with Joy. And she was even specific. She was like, Colin Cowherd didn't do nothing to me. He was very professional. Most of the stuff was really what Joy Taylor was doing. And then and then basically that Charlie Dixon was only, making sure the girls that he was messing with got promoted and whatnot. And if you wasn't messing with him, he wasn't going to promote your show. She was very specific. And then she put Joy Taylor's whole thing on blast. That's why I believed. I was like, you know what? This might be the first lawsuit from a woman when it comes to this Me Too and even with Skip Bayless's thing. Even the thing with Skip Bayless, you know what? I think she's not lying. I think Skip Bayless did offer her $1.5 million. Maybe not specifically 1.5 million. So because and also the reason why I believe that with Skip is because anybody that knows Skip Bayless history knows that Skip has said some of the most wildest things on TV that you will ever hear. I'm talking about some of the most wildest things that I've ever heard anybody with like a sports take or with a sports opinion. I've heard him say I'm talking about incredibly, I'm like, I've never heard nobody say something this stupid. Skip Bayless is the only person where I'll be like, wow, he really believes the stupid stuff that he says. And that's the reports that, the people that meet Skip Bayless, they be like, oh yeah, he is a nice guy, but he really believes the stuff that he says. So regarding him getting close to her and then just offering $1.5 million, and then at the end of the day, when she said that he suspected that she was sleeping with Shannon Sharp, which was not true, then I was like, you know what? Skip Bayless might have pulled it. He might have done the the Lil Boosie. Remember Lil Boosie on Instagram? Remember Lil Boosie on Instagram? Put your pussy lips on live. I'll give you $1,000. Hey yo, man. Skip Bayless might have pulled that. I think he pulled it. He said, "Let me make love to you. I'll give you $1.5 million." He probably pulled it. I don't doubt it. I know it sounded it sounded so crazy because when they put that lawsuit with the articles, when the articles came out, they led with that. And they kind of try to hide the Joy Taylor stuff, but it was just it was something you couldn't hide for that long. Let's read Young Doka's comment here. He says, if First Take covered it, the first question the audience is going to ask is, how did Molly get her job then? The higher ups know to ignore it. Exactly. That's what would happen. Everybody with a female moderator or a female moderator that clearly don't know what she's doing, they're going to be like, yo, how did you get your job? How did you get hired? And a lot of times we know the answer to this. People that have been on my channel, I've told many stories of, working at certain spots. It's a lot of managers, they be sleeping with some of with their employees, and they be like 17. They're not supposed to work yet, but she got the hookup via a manager. I don't know if I covered that story before, but it was like a story from it was like a woman that she's like in her late 30s or 40s, and she ended up like suing a manager that she slept with when she was 17. And basically her premise was like, oh, he was predatory. And he gave me the job after I slept with him. And I'm just like, wait, it seems like that was a consensual thing. But this is what a lot of 18-year-old, 17-year-old girls do. They will sleep with certain people of power to get their jobs. That's just life. But people just act like it doesn't happen. But Yushin Faraji, whatever the hairdresser her name is, she's one of the first women to put one of the mainstream women on blast for sleeping her way to the top. And not only sleeping her way to the top, saying basically premeditating a Me Too case, saying, I'm going to accuse this person of, you know what, if I don't get my way. I'm the person in charge here. I'm the one with the power. Oh yeah, nah. Educated Tyrone says Steven is confused as fuck. Nah, he knew exactly what he was talking about. He knew exactly and what he was talking about. And by the way, isn't Stephen A. Smith in trouble right now? Didn't like Stephen A.'s girl come out and whatever his girl came out literally the other day talking about like she knew that Molly Querim tried to put a Me Too case on him, but it was like a false accusation thing, but they didn't want Stephen A. Smith to put Molly on blast. And I'm like, so that's why this bitch been there the whole time? My God. Young Doka said Molly looked like a fish out of water till she realized the camera was on her. Yeah. Well, that clip, well, she was trying to clean it up so bad, but Molly, we know how you got your job, because if people don't understand this, when we talk about the fall of Rome, I like this YouTube channel. I forgot what the YouTube channel is called. I think it's called Legion of Men. I forgot the guy that runs it, but I remember he'll specifically talk about the fall of Rome. And what I said about this is, because this is something that people miss about the fall of Rome. People just want to talk about, the false accusations and the I'm talking about they were saying like they're saying it was like daughters accusing their fathers of certain things so they can gain power, right? And what people are missing is when women are consensually, sleeping with men of power, or when women are sleeping with certain men, that's part of the fall of Rome. Them sleeping with certain men that they're targeting these men to sleep with. And that's all part of the false accusation thing, because when you sleep with a woman, she's going to ask you for things afterwards. It's never, she's not going to just let you keep hitting it for free, quote unquote. Not for long. Not for long. She's going to pull something on you. And even if she doesn't say that you did something to her, she's going to say, "Oh, you're a weirdo," or she's going to expose you for having certain kinks, right? This is all part of the fall of Rome. This is all part of the false accusation stuff, right? That we talk about. That's all part of it. Her flirting with her manager right in front of you, right? Her her teasing certain people, getting them to do certain things for her. That's all part of it. Getting them to do something that they regret, and then they end up becoming her slave because they don't want to get exposed to their wives and stuff and their families. That's all part of it. All of that is part of it. Shout out to Garrett. Thank you, man. Salute for you to check. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, Boosie said that. Remember, put your pussy lips on IG Live, and I'll give you $1,000. Should I look up the video? Let me look up the video real quick. Let me look up the video. This is one of the funniest things I ever heard. Let me see. Lil Boosie. $1,000. I'll give you $1,000. Yeah, this is it right here. That's gotta be it. This gotta be it.
Put your pussy lips on live, I'll give you $1,000. Put your pussy lips on live, I'll give you $1,000. Put your pussy lips on live, I'll give you $1,000.
Oh man. My chest, man. That's great. That joy was funny, man. Lil Boosie. I think Skip Bayless pulled that. I think Skip Bayless did that. I think he just got fed up and he just like, I'll give, and like, because Skip Bayless, he'll go like, Skip Bayless with his opinions, particularly with sports, he'll keep pushing, like he'll defend his idiotic point so far to the extreme where you're just like, bro, just stop, please. That's if I could describe Skip Bayless, it would be that. It would be like, yo, please stop. You taking it way too far. Like people don't even understand. Like he'll go so far, like say, like I will never forget, like let me take an athlete he would hate on, for example. Somebody that didn't deserve. Oh yeah, Aaron Donald. I remember, man, oh my God. And how about this? How about this here? Let me give you another example, though. Let me give you another example. Something easy. So, you know how Skip Bayless has this thing when he hates on LeBron, right? But I remember there was a time when Kevin Durant was coming up. So Skip Bayless was trying to say that Kevin Durant was better than LeBron, which is actually not a bad take, right? But one day, Kevin Durant came out and said Skip Bayless don't know nothing about basketball. And then Skip Bayless was trying to say, this was in 2013. This was in 2013. When Kevin Durant said Skip Bayless don't know nothing about basketball, he shouldn't even be talking. Skip Bayless, he got upset. he got upset. And he turned on Kevin Durant for that period of time before he went to the Warriors. He turned on Kevin Durant. And then he went from saying Kevin Durant's the best player in basketball. He went from saying that to saying that Kevin Durant isn't even top 5 player. So I remember they were asking. This is one of the I remember this episode clearly because it even went viral. But I remember watching this in high school. I was like, this guy he's lost it. He's completely lost it. They were Stephen A. Smith or whoever the moderator was he asked Skip Bayless, so what players do you think outside of LeBron, who would you put over Kevin Durant outside of LeBron? Do you know the players that he listed over Kevin Durant? I'm talking about this was in 2013. He said Damian Lillard. He said Tony Parker. He said James Harden. I was like, what? And he was listing all these. I'm like, this dude. I'm like, you that upset? That Kevin Durant said you didn't know nothing about basketball? I was like, what? Stephen A. Smith was like, yo, you wildin', dog. That was one of his wildest takes. I was like, you that upset that Kevin Durant said you don't know nothing about basketball? Yeah, he was saying. Yeah, he was saying. He said. I'm like Tony Parker. I'm like, what? He said Westbrook was better than him. How you go from saying he's number one just so you can stick it to LeBron, and then you get mad that Kevin Durant said you don't know nothing about basketball, and then you go from that to saying he's not even a top 5 player. So, man, this is like Skip. He's that type of person, and then Stephen A. Smith's like, bro, and then Stephen A. Smith kept listing names. I'm like, so you would take this person over Kevin Durant? And then Skip Bayless, he would just double down, just like, yep. I'm like, why would you double down on something so stupid? I was like, wow. I was like, Skip really hurt over this ish, but that's the type of personality Skip is, man. So it sounds bizarre, that story of the $1.5 million, with the $1.5 million. But the stuff I've heard Skip Bayless say out of just spite or out of just to prove a point or when he's just fed up, I'm talking about shocking stuff. Have you ever seen like that clip where this was in like 2008 or 2009? I think it was actually 2010 when Chad Ochocinco came on Skip Bayless show First Take. It was probably called First and 10 though at that point. I think it was called First and 10 at that time. Chad Ochocinco came on the show, and he was trying to address Skip. He's like, so you said that Adrian Peterson's overrated? And Skip Bayless was like, yep, I said that, and blah, 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 blah. I was like, what? It's like Adrian Peterson is overrated? And Chad Ochocinco, he was just shocked. Like this stuff was coming out of Skip Bayless's mouth. Like and then Chad Ochocinco, he was like, wait, and then you were saying that LeBron James overrated? He's like, yep. I was like, yep, I'm like, that's Skip for you, dog. That's Skip for you. Skip is like, he'll say some of the most wildest things, and he'll just double down. I'm talking about triple down on his opinion. And all you could do is put your hands on your head because you're just like, wow. Like I remember he said that Aaron Donald is overrated. That he said that Aaron Donald doesn't quote unquote pop. He said he doesn't pop out on his screen when he watches him. I almost gave up watching Skip after he said that about Aaron Donald. But the reality was Skip Bayless was mad at Aaron Donald because Aaron Donald had called him out on Twitter. And so ever since Aaron Donald called him out on Twitter, Skip Bayless used to be on him, even though he was literally the best player in the league. Aaron Donald at his best was the best player in the league, one of the best pass rushers we've ever seen in life. This, like, people don't even understand. Aaron Donald used to get I seen Aaron Donald get quadruple team And he's an interior defensive lineman. He's not on the edge. He's not an outside linebacker or outside edge rusher. He's playing on the inside. And Skip was saying what he was saying about Aaron Donald. I was like, what are you talking? I'm like, homie, you can't be that mad at Aaron Donald because he called you out. But that's Skip. I can go on and on about the stuff Skip has said. Like, forget about the LeBron, like the LeBron's. That's how he gets paid. But I've seen him say, like, some of the stuff I heard him say about Aaron Donald, Adrian Peterson specifically. I don't know what it is with him and Adrian Peterson that I don't get that. I don't know where that hate really came from. I still don't get it. Oh, I remember when Skip Bayless, just in an attempt to make Tim Tebow look good, he tried to downplay the Denver Broncos defense. And then I remember this is when he was talking about rookie Von Miller. This was rookie Von Miller. And mind you, Von Miller was playing on one hand on his rookie year. One hand. He was playing with one hand because he had that injury. He literally had a club on his hand. And then he literally only was playing with one hand. And he was one of the best, defensive rookie of the year. He was one of the best defenders, the best linebackers in the league, period. He said Von Miller was overrated. He just goes, oh yeah, by the way, Von Miller, heavily overrated. I was like, bruh. I was like, oh my God. This was 20, I think, yeah, this was 2011, 2012. Just in an attempt to make it look like that Tim Tebow was like overcoming all these obstacles. He said that Von Miller was overrated. I was like, bro, he's playing with one hand. And he's still one of the best linebackers. I was like, oh my God. Like the stuff that he says, it's still, I'm talking about, I think I'll be on my deathbed and I will still remember some of the stuff he says. That's how egregious some of his takes were. Like just egregious sports takes that I've ever heard in my life. So I did this whole 10-minute ramble just to show you that like Skip will say some nonsense. Young Doka says, first time I'm hearing about the Stephen A being in trouble. Would surprise me if Molly tried to get rid of him a couple years ago. It also seemed like they had a little beef that time too. Well, according to Ticket TV, because I don't know if you guys follow Ticket TV on YouTube. I've been following him since 2012. Awesome page. He put the information out there, and Stephen A. Smith's girlfriend, it looks like, went public with the information, and Stephen A. Smith's girlfriend is putting it out there that Molly Querum tried to put a fake Me Too case on Stephen A. But like the company found out about it and they told Stephen A. Smith not to talk about it. According to Stephen A. Smith's girlfriend. Young Doka says, you could tell Skip doesn't like being told no. Exactly. Exactly. That's my point right there. That's my point. He's one of those guys. Yeah, he could be nice and he could do whatever, but he's one of those guys. If he likes you, whatever, he's going and if he doesn't get his way, he'll he'll show his true colors. Let me hold on for a second. Let me search something real quick. Oh, you already see me. Skip Bayless hating on Aaron Donald. I already searched that up a while back. Let me see. Skip Bayless bad takes. There's got to be a compilation on YouTube or something. Some of the worst takes I've ever seen. Like, I'm talking about, man. Let me see. Oh yeah, I do remember. I remember Skip Bayless did say that thing about Johnny Manziel. Or I do remember him saying that Johnny Manziel was going to be bigger in Cleveland than LeBron James ever was. I do remember him saying that. That was wild. That was wild. Oh yeah, right here. Yeah, Skip Bayless did say that Steph Curry is not a top 20 all-time greatest player. I was laughing when he said that. That's wild. Um some of the most horrendous takes I've ever heard from Skip. Like just awful. I was just like, but it's not it's not a character. He really believes that stuff. That's the crazy part. He really believes
So
that.
Stephen A, is LeBron James a first ballot Hall of Famer right now?
Without question.
Oh yeah, so I remember that take. This was in 2010, where he said that he said that LeBron James wasn't a first ballot Hall of Famer. This was in 2010, mind you. This was this was in 2011. This was 2011. This is right after LeBron had lost to the Mavericks. And even me at the time, I'm like, especially like when I was younger, I wasn't definitely no LeBron fan like that. Especially when I was younger, I was not no LeBron fan. But even then, I remember hearing Skip saying that. I was just like, he's not a first ballot Hall of Fame. I'm like, dude, he got 2 MVPs already. If you get an MVP just off rip, you're probably gonna go to the Hall of Fame. And then on top of that, I'm like, he's what? I was like, LeBron, like what, 24, 25? At the time, I'm like, he's like he's gonna make the Hall of Fame easily. It's not even a question. Let's see some of these takes.
It's nothing to even think about. It's one of the greatest players to have ever played the game.
Okay.
Whatever.
Is already a first ballot Hall of Famer. Do I have time to go into it? I don't think
He had 9 turnovers, so I'll give you that.
Hold on.
He was a disaster in the fourth quarter of that game. A disaster.
Okay, we're gonna leave it.
I watched it with these two lazy repaired
27.
eyes.
27, 19,
Oh,
and 10.
please.
How was that awful?
You know what happened in that fourth quarter.
In what world?
You are disqualified now from talking about LeBron James as MVP because after what I saw yesterday, nobody who could beat that team could beat anybody.
Let me see something real quick. Because I don't want to. Oh, yeah. I remember he said Michael Jordan with this team would beat anybody because it got Michael Jordan on it. I'm trying to see anything that's not LeBron or Michael Jordan related. Oh yeah, this is the one. I think this is the one what I was talking about. This is the segment I was talking about with Kevin Durant. It was crazy what he said about Kevin Durant. That was wild. That was wild. I remember watching this in high school. Yo, this brings me back to high school right here.
He'd be able to do it. Those are the intangibles.
Yep.
So
that makes those 34%. That's a high number.
So
that
you
makes them
agree.
correct.
Okay.
So right here. Because he was trying to say that Kevin Durant was not a top 3 player. And this was in 2013. That was when Kevin Durant was like, without a doubt, he was probably, at times, he was really number 1, in my opinion, when he was at his best. But I always said at worst, top 2 at that time in 2013. But yeah, this is Skip right here. This is classic Skip right here.
I'm about to put Paul George in that category. I'm starting to see, I'm starting to see, by today's standards, cleaner capabilities from Paul George. And if I might, I'm also seeing them south of San Antonio in the city of Houston. James Harden is a bad man who is leading that basketball team in fourth quarter after fourth quarter after fourth quarter. I'm close to putting him in that category above Kevin Durant. This is all above Kevin. And the reason I can't put Steph Curry in there quite yet, he's just too little. I can't, because Kevin Durant, as we all know, he was born 6 feet. No, he didn't come out 6 feet.
So this was 2013, guys. This is 2013. I'm showing you this clip from 2013. Right? But all these people he was naming I was like, Paul George over Kevin Durant in 2013. I was like, yo, that's wild. So Young Doka said LeBron being a Hall of Fame for sure, but him being the GOAT is ridiculous. He is barely top 10. I try not to get into comparisons. I just say, during the time, what's it? Got the 70s. Who ran the 70s? Because I'm not really the biggest historian, but I'll start with the 80s. So the 80s, Magic, Bird ran the 80s, including Isaiah Thomas. I gotta give him credit. Michael Jordan ran the 90s. Kobe ran the 2000s. LeBron and Steph Curry ran the 2010s, right? And in the 2020s, we're still looking for who's gonna replace. You can say Steph Curry ran the 2010s, but when it comes to I would still put Michael and Kobe over LeBron, but in terms of I put LeBron James in that Magic Johnson category. There's not really like Magic Johnson and LeBron James. They don't really have a position. They're like kind of positionless, but they always have the ball in their hands. Pause. So they're kind of like anomalies. You don't really compare guys like that to a Michael Jordan or Kobe. You kind of compare LeBron to a Magic, and that's kind of my reference point with LeBron. So to me, he would definitely be in my top 10, though. He would definitely be in the top 10. Top 5, maybe. I'd have to just go over the list, but he'd be in my top 10. He would be in my top 10 only because I would still take LeBron over Bird, I think. But that might be just me not being too knowledgeable on the game of basketball. But I would consider him the best at the 3 position, But like I said, like guys like LeBron and Magic, yeah, Magic Johnson's a 1. He's a point guard, but really when you look at Magic and how he played, when you look at LeBron and how they played, they were so ball dominant, but they didn't really necessarily play their position that was listed. Because people don't even understand, like with LeBron James, he came into the NBA as a 2, not even really a 3. But so you could just always say, yeah, he's a wing player, but he's kind of positionless. Same with Magic Johnson. Yeah, he's a 1, but he's positionless. He's basically positionless. So it's kind of hard to just rank him amongst everybody else. All you can say is Curry and LeBron, they ran the 2010s. So that would just put him, definitely got to be there in the top 10. You see. He said the thing about this take, it's about 3 to 4 years too early for everyone. Chris, even if you say during this era, Bron has a losing or draw record against everyone. Well, outside of only Steph Curry really has a better finals record than LeBron in the 2010s. So Curry has 4. Yeah, Curry has 4 championships. LeBron got 4 championships. LeBron has how many MVPs? He got like 2, 3 MVPs. He's got like at least. I know LeBron got 3 MVPs. Steph Curry got 2. So outside of Curry, who else has a better finals record than LeBron? You know what I mean? So like, you could say that LeBron is what 4. Okay, out of 10 NBA appearances, he won 4 of them. But to even make it to 10 is an accomplishment in and of itself. Is that's just how I look at it. And then he won 4. So that's just kind of how I look at it. Let me see. Young Doka says even comparing Braun to Magic is disrespectful to what Magic is. I'm just saying, like, that's just my reference point because they were both like 6'8", 6'9", and they both were kind of positionless. And when you kind of look at the tapes, when you see how Magic kind of scored a lot of his points, especially later on in his career, the tapes look really similar. They look like it's almost like a mirror, especially when you see them both in the Lakers uniform. It's like, yeah, they were very similar in terms of, because Magic didn't really have a signature scoring move per se. Most of his scoring moves came from other people. The hook shot that came from Kareem. You know what I mean? Like he was like, Magic was good at picking up other people's moves to help him with his scoring. But Magic was a pass first type of point guard anyways. Now LeBron is basically like, I always say it like this, like Magic is Goku, LeBron is Broly. So on paper, you would think LeBron is better physically, because physically he's a better specimen. He's a better athlete than Magic, but that doesn't mean he's better than Magic, obviously. But like LeBron physically is basically a souped up Magic. He's basically a Magic with athleticism. That doesn't mean he's better than him. That's just the reference point. LeBron is a pass first type guy, but he can still average like 27 points, 28 points when he was at his best. And and you still got to give Bron credit for those Cavs teams that he carried, especially earlier on in his career. I don't know how many people can make the finals with Boobie Gibson and Ilgaskis and Eric Snow and who else? Who else was on that team? Who else was on that team? I think who else was on that team? I'm blanking. But yeah, it was literally only him on that team. Now, what he did have was a bunch of shooters around him. You know what I mean? That's what he prefers anyways. But it was just him on that team. it was just him on that team, man. Let me see. Young Doka says, "Let me hop on the live and I'll cook Bron hibachi style." Nah, we're not. I'm not gonna do that to LeBron. I ain't finna do that, bruh. He said, "Young Doka says souped up, all right." Oh, well, we've already had that talk on this channel. When it comes to that, when it comes to those specific allegations, the reason why I don't really take it that seriously, because a lot of the people that I would see that were putting those kind of allegations on Bron, they were Patriots fans, or they would be like Boston Celtics fans, which would make them Patriots fans. And I'm like, and then I would ask him, I'll be like, "Do you think Rob Gronkowski is taking?" And they'll be like, "Absolutely not." I'm like, okay. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, this is where we have to be fair. So then I will ask, do you think Michael Jordan was using supplements? And then people be like, no. I mean, I'm like, oh, okay. Do you think Shaq was using? Do you think Kobe was using? Now, because I believe in the sports industry, I think people are using some type of help. I believe most athletes are using something. Maybe not specifically steroids, but I believe most athletes are using something, especially when it comes to American sports. LeBron included, right? the thing is where this is kind of where people kind of lose me with the steroids thing. When I was a kid, young Doka, when I was in 5th or 4th grade, I accused LeBron of using steroids. Right? I was by myself with that opinion. I only started seeing people start OD using that vantage point was when he decided to leave Cleveland for Miami, right? Why does it take people? Why does it take for a person like that to move? And he did stack the deck. That I agree. He definitely stacked the deck. But I'm like, but why did it take that for you guys to be like, oh, he's he's all something? Now, here's number two. Here's number two to that. One of the biggest telltale signs of people that are using performance enhancers or specifically steroids, one of the biggest telltale signs, right, is roid rage, random bouts of rage. How can we connect that to Bron when at the same time we be saying he's soft? You know what I mean? So it's like we say he's soft in one breath, and then like I've even seen Giannis Antetokounmpo see him just get mad out of no, just go. I'm like, yo, is he all right? Yo, he needs to relax. He'll just get a bout of rage out of no. I've seen LeBron. I don't really see him get into fights. He's probably been ejected. What like I think I've only seen LeBron ejected like probably one time in his career. You know what I mean? So and people accuse him of being soft. So I'm like, two things, those things can't really coexist. You know what I mean? And number three, and please do not, and young Doka, please do not be offended when I say this. I think, because I'm not talking about you specifically, in basketball, there's a lot of people that are like basketball purists, right? And I respect that because, like I said, I think Kobe's better than LeBron. I think Michael Jordan's better than LeBron, right? I think we have too many, quote unquote basketball purists where they believe basketball should be played a certain way. There's a lot of, quote unquote basketball purists. They look at LeBron James they don't really look at him as a pure basketball player. They just look at him as a guy that's playing bully ball. Now, my opinion is, look, he's just using his physical advantages to his advantage. If LeBron wasn't posting people up and playing bully ball, we would be like, why are you taking all these I would say, why are you taking all these jump shots? You know what I mean? That would be like, so, but unfortunately, guys like that kind of irritate basketball purists because most basketball players, when they were playing in high school, most of them always believe if they were like 3 or 4 or 5 inches taller, they feel like they would have been in the NBA. You know what I mean? And then they've always had to come up against one of those guys that really wasn't that good at basketball, but he was just bigger than everybody else. And that's why that person was dominant. You know what I mean? And that can be annoying. I'm not gonna I and trust me, I understand. That can be annoying, but if somebody's good and they're just using, their gifts to their advantage, I can't knock him for it. In soccer, we have this guy, Cristiano Ronaldo, right? There's a lot of soccer purists that don't really want to give him his credit for being one of the best players ever, because he's kind of like it's not like the dribbling that he does is not really effective. It's just for showing off. And a lot of people like to kind of dismiss Cristiano Ronaldo's goal scoring, especially later on in his career, as, oh, he's just scoring tap-ins. But he's still effective. You know what I mean? And you still got to give him credit for that. So that's just you know what I mean? That's why I don't OD go hard on Braun like that, pause. Because I do, especially I remember when I was younger, I used to have questions for people like that. And people would think I was hating, and then later on, then LeBron starts showing his true colors, and then he starts stacking the deck, and then now people have questions for him. I'm like, well, it's like you stopped liking LeBron when he decided to do what he wanted to do. You know what I mean? Then now so for me, I'm like, I don't think so. For the most part. But I think if they caught LeBron with that stuff, I wouldn't be shocked, because I believe most people in American sports, I'm talking about all across American sports, they're using something. I believe that. I believe Tom Brady. Peyton. They said that Peyton Manning was using something, and I don't doubt it. You know what I mean? The only natural players that are confirmed naturals, in my opinion, is Allen Iverson, Terrell Owens, and Kyrie Irving. These are the only people that I know are natural. Everybody else is suspect. I've been on this channel saying as such. Only naturals I know is Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving, Terrell Owens, and Allen Iverson, and Marshawn Lynch. Those are the only naturals. Those are the only naturals. Everybody else is suspect. Everybody else is suspect. I'm talking about everybody. I don't know. Have you ever seen the NBA Open Court? That episode, NBA Open Court. I don't know if you ever seen that. And I remember Isaiah Thomas was talking. It was like Steve Kerr and Isaiah Thomas. They were talking about literally all these pills that they had to take by the end of their career just to like survive. All these painkillers and all these stuff that they had to shoot up. What? Man, in professional sports is dirty like that, man. No, like, to me, most people are suspect to me. Most. So I don't want to just single out one person for that reason. Because there's a lot of people that I know. I have a strong suspicion that I'm talking about they OD use it. You know what I mean? Let's see. Young Doka also says, nah, but for real, the new top 10, he says he has MJ, Kareem, Kobe, Magic, Hakeem, Bird, Duncan, Bill Russell, Dr. J, Wilt, then maybe I can put Steph or LeBron. So the thing, I would disagree with, no disrespect, but I can't put Bill Russell like over, like, because like, and it was a different time, but the competition, like, I don't know about that. Dr. J, you said Wilt. I get it, because Wilt was a specimen. Wilt was a specimen. So I don't. Yeah, the top 10's not bad. That top 10's not bad. Young Doka said the NBA is dying. They won't ever catch LeBron with the roids because their dumbass never promoted any of the young players like they should have. The league would have been dead without Curry, KD, and mainly Bron. That I disagree with. I disagree. The reason why the NBA is not where it's supposed to be is because the players that they promoted that were supposed to take Bron's place, per se, the Zion Williamsons of the world, right? Ja Morant, right? These people have no guidance. Like, that's not on LeBron. That's on them. Like, Zion Williamson was supposed to take the mantle. He didn't do nothing. What's his name? Ja Morant. All these people, all these new American players that they've been promoting outside of Curry and KD, which were basically his rivals, what other American player wanted to step up to the plate? You know what I mean? Like, I thought Kawhi brought order for a little bit when he teamed up with Paul George and he left the Raptors, which I don't think he should have left the Raptors, but that's just my opinion. None of the American stars, they outside of Curry and KD, you know, maybe Anthony Edwards, but we'll see about that. He be getting caught up in mess too, but the other stuff like, you know, John Morant and Zion Williamson, those guys, they were supposed to take the mantle, but they've been shooting themselves in the foot. They've been shooting themselves in the foot. That's not on LeBron. Like, and then on top of that, I believe there's a lot of missing American black stars that should be playing basketball, but they've been aborted. That's my opinion too. That's another part of that people don't want to talk about. I feel like there's a lot of black American basketball stars that should be here, but they're in the dumpster of Planned Parenthood. But that's just my opinion on that. That's messed up, but yeah, but that and then on top of that, people kind of underestimated the international impact that Michael Jordan made, you know, with the Dream Team. So like now you have these players internationally. People don't understand. They've always had these 6'8" people walking around Serbia or Greece, right, or France. You know, these 6'6", 6'5" players, but they just thought soccer or, you know, they just thought soccer or volleyball was their only option, but they didn't realize. Now you saw how USA barely beat what's that team? North Sudan, like what's it, South Sudan? They barely beat that Sudanese team. But those Sudanese, they've always had like these 7-footers, 6'8", you know, 6, but they just didn't know that basketball was an option for them, because basketball is a big man sport. Bottom line, is a big man sport. So now you have these players, now they're focused, now they finally have an outlet for those big tall dudes. They just ended up being like just big freaks on the farms and stuff like that. Now they actually have a space where they can play basketball, and look how quickly they have caught up to the so-called American basketball talent. You know? Oh man. So Young Doka says, you said they have no guidance, but who is the one supposed to be guiding them? The keys get passed from MJ to Kobe. Kobe called MJ late night on how to be a better winner. Bron never did that. I don't get it. Like, Bron's not supposed to I mean, what is LeBron supposed to tell John Morant? Like, don't play with guns? That should be pretty obvious. And John Morant grew up with a dad. You know what I mean? And then what's it? And Zion, and then in Zion's case, what is he? What's he supposed to do? Tell him, yo, stop eating. Ninja, please stop eating. Like, you're gonna eat yourself out the league. I mean, those are just common sense, you know, type. Those are just common sense type things. And I will say, I guess I don't really see LeBron take people under him. Pause. It's just anytime he's asking people to go under him, it's just to him to sign to his Clutch Sports thing. But you got to understand too, like, what's it? LeBron been in the league for a minute now, so there's a lot of people that he is technically been giving guidance to. Like there's like pictures of like LeBron and Jason Tate. Like Jason Tatum is at his like sports camp. That's how old LeBron is. That's how long he's been in the game. So I'm pretty sure he's been giving people guidance per se. First of all, when it comes to contracts and how people move, he's been very influential with that, even though it's not for the better of the league, in my opinion. And that's no diss to LeBron, but that whole stacking the deck stuff, I don't like that. So, but that's kind of what he's been giving people guidance on on that. You know what I mean? But when it comes to John Moran and Zion, that's just common sense. That's not I can't put that on. I can't put that on LeBron, dog. I can't put that on LeBron. It wasn't. I think LeBron was trying to take Kyrie under his wing, but the thing with LeBron, he's trying to always like he doesn't realize because I remember he said something crazy like he's like I'm gonna help Kyrie get the MVP. I'm like, bro, as long as Kyrie is playing with you, he can't win the MVP. He can't win the MVP if you're his teammate. You're too big of an influence. He's gonna have to leave. So hopefully LeBron didn't take it personally when Kyrie asked to leave the Cavs, because I always supported Kyrie leaving. But in terms of your people giving the keys, I mean, because LeBron doesn't even really have. You don't hear people saying, "I want to play like Bron." Right? They either want to they try to copy Curry, or they try to copy KD or Kobe. LeBron doesn't really have a signature offensive move. He's just a physical like specimen, and then he's basically a point guard trapped in Karl Malone's body. He's basically a point guard trapped in a trapped in a destroyer in a destroyer's body. That's basically what LeBron is. So there's not really anything that even he could teach where because the players, because what most basketball players, they want to play like, shoot, I've heard basketball players say, "Oh, I like Paul George more than I like anybody," because they want to play like him. They want to shoot, fadeaway jumpers like Paul George, Kobe, Kevin Durant, and these people. So anything that they could call LeBron about is just going to be purely business. It's not really basketball related, right? Or about their health. Okay, so Young Doka also says Kobe never gave the keys to Bron. Bron couldn't even meet him in the finals, then lost to Dirk after having it laid out for you. Now he has one still. Let me see. Now he has one, still lost more, but he is supposed to be the guy. Well, LeBron's basically stopped being that guy after 2018, once he left the Cavs again, because even when LeBron won the 2020 NBA championship, AD was the best player on the team, really. But since LeBron kind of ran the team, they still gave it to him. Like AD was still like average. He was averaging more points than him and everything. But like I said, like, because LeBron is still the unofficial like point guard. He's always going to have the ball in his hand. So he's always going to have the better overall stats. Excuse me. Let me see. My main point is, who is the next Bron that he guided or the league pushed them? The two main players are Ben Simmons and Zion. The next LeBron, both bust. But that's the thing. Most players are unique. So there was never the next Magic, really, outside of maybe Penny Hardaway. But there's no next Bird, really. They trying to say Luka is the next Bird, but they're different type of players, right? The person that reminds me most about LeBron, believe it or not, is Luka Doncic. you might disagree with me on that, but I just mean the way he just basically dominates the floor. So basically, the way that Kyrie plays off of Doncic, it's basically the same way how he was playing off of Bron. Very ball dominant, basically gets all the stats. The way that that Luka gets to the hole, obviously he's not as athletic as LeBron. That's not what I'm saying. But the way how they basically kind of like lug their way through to the hole to get easy layups, that's probably the person that reminds me most of LeBron. Even though Doncic is more, I kind of look at Doncic as a Harden slash he's more of a LeBron slash Harden hybrid. Because now like players are being told to hit like more step back threes and all that and all that nonsense. And so people are still looking for that. Oh man, Michael Jordan gave the keys to Kobe, but that's that situation. I'm not expecting that situation for every other person. You know what I mean? I'm not really expecting that. LeBron is a very unique, talent. Same with Magic Johnson. They're just unique type of talents. I don't really expect them to have a quote unquote understudy because it's not many players. There's not gonna be 6'9" players that can handle the ball, go to the hole at will, and still be able to pass it better than everybody else in the league. That's I mean, they were trying to say it was Ben Simmons, but Ben Simmons literally could not shoot at all. So that ended up not working out, So I don't expect I don't really expect because those are just unique. There's just certain unique talents that come through. I don't expect another Kevin Durant. I mean, there's other people that try and they might come close, but it's not going to be another Kevin Durant. There's not going to be another Curry. Trae Young is trying, but there's not going to be another Curry. He tries, but it's not. It's MJ and Kobe. That's just a unique situation. That most of the time that's not happening. He also says compared to the next Kobe, guys like Tatum and Devin Booker, the next MJ guys like Ant and Shea. Oh, you talking about Shea from OKC. Yeah. But like I said, most NBA players are around Kobe's height. MJ's height, 6'6", 6'5", 6'4". Like LeBron is 6'9". You know what I mean? like those guys are like unique talents. Like Magic Johnson, that's why Magic Johnson still gets talked about to this day because it's just those guys are unique. Young Doka said Bron robbed D Wade of a Finals MVP in 2011. Stole one from Kyrie in 2016. Stole one from AD in 2020, and in the NBA BS Cup. And lastly, in the post Olympics MVP from Curry. I'll say this with the Olympics. Curry saved the day, dog. I don't care what he saved the day. He saved the day. LeBron, yeah, he had the better stats, and he did come up big in the earlier games, but I'm talking about I think it was the last two games, or was it the last game? Steph Curry was Steph Curry. Like Steph Curry didn't really show up in those first few games. LeBron had to carry LeBron had to put in work in the beginning games, but in those really tight games by the end, Curry was the MVP. But I think they kind of looked at all the games in total and they were like, well, LeBron was more consistent throughout all of the games. I think that's why he got the MVP. That's just my opinion on that. And like I said, LeBron is just too big of a personality, so they're always going to give LeBron the edge. And because Curry wasn't playing like that throughout the whole Olympics, but I'll say this, in my heart, Curry's the real MVP for the Olympics, in my heart. in my heart, man. Now for the 2016 MVP, they weren't going to give it to Kyrie. That wasn't going to happen. That was, Kyrie hit the biggest shot, obviously, but when you look at the numbers that LeBron put up, and then defensively the work he put in, Kyrie wasn't going to get it over LeBron. Just off the optics alone, that wasn't going to happen. Dwayne Wade of the Finals MVP in 2011. You mean like when they, well, yeah. Dwayne Wade was clearly better than LeBron in that the one that they lost to the Mavericks. Clearly. So if they had won, Dwayne Wade would have won the Finals MVP, or he should have. If they had won versus the Mavericks, D Wade would have won it. So I do agree with that. Now, when it comes to the 2020 AD had technically better stats, but that was just, like I said, I think that was more of an optics thing. It's almost like when David Beckham got the captain's armband for England. that's just more, that's just the optics thing. It's just like, when David Beckham got the England captain's armband, they just gave it to him because he was the face. People like David Beckham's face, so they gave him. He was the most marketable English star on the team, and he was already playing for. But anyway, that's a whole other story. Or yeah, when they gave Neymar the captain's armband too early, quote unquote, too early. Sometimes they'll do that for the national teams. They'll give a certain player the captain's armband just basically based off the politics of it. So that's just, that's just life. That's not something I'm losing sleep over. Young Doug said, you're right. NBA's real problem is the commissioner, and they market players over teams. He said, we never talk about Kyrie's defense on Curry in 2016. That is true. Kyrie did put work on Curry. He did put work on Curry in 2016. Yeah, Young Doka said Ninjas is still saying bend it like Beckham till this day. That's the power of marketing. That's the power of marketing. But in terms of the captain's armband for the England team, and then on top of that, he was playing for Real Madrid at the time, so they just gave it to him based off that. Now, he wasn't, in my opinion, he was not the right person to be the captain for England. Now, many English people would even agree with me on that, but a lot of times when it comes to the national teams and stuff like that, they kind of put the marketing over who should be the captain. So that's just, this is why even what you're going to see, actually, no, that wouldn't be a good comparison, but that's just how it works sometimes, man. That's just, they're about to give Josh Allen the MVP, and they're just basically giving it to him because they think that Lamar has too many. And I'm not even gonna lose sleep over that, but that's just because they've been waiting for Josh Allen to get an MVP. Even though Lamar has the better numbers, but that's just a marketing thing sometimes. And if the stats are very similar, it's not like, when we talk about LeBron winning the Olympics MVP over Curry, he was the best player on the team. It was LeBron and Curry were both of them. They were the best players on the team. Now, Curry wasn't really playing that well in the earlier games. LeBron, throughout the whole tournament, was more consistent than Curry. So because of that, just based off that, and because it was that close, the nod is gonna go to LeBron. Even though if we both think that Curry should have won the Olympics MVP. And that was and then for them to even come up with the Olympics MVP award, you already knew it was going to go to LeBron. You know what I mean? So it was already set up like that. So, you know? Oh, man. Young Doka says, unrelated, but did you hear of the Australian girl who claims to get piped by 1,000 guys in one day? She beat Lily, who wanted to go for it. I'm going to avoid talking about her. No disrespect. It's just, she's is all for attention. We got a whole 304 World War going on. World War 304 going on here with these OnlyFans thoughts. We got these people, man. Oh, we got Devontae Smith in the chat. Obviously not the real Devontae Smith, but shout out to this person here. Devontae Smith says, I gave the Commanders BTA. What does BTA stand for? What does BTA stand for? But before put that answer in the chat, but waiting on that answer, I'm just gonna say with Doka with that Australian girl Bonnie, I think her name is Bonnie B or something. Those World War 304, man. Ay. Doing the most for attention. Devontae Smith said belt to ass. Well, really, the Eagles team, they stack, man. They literally have a complete team. They have a complete team. They have 2 number 1 wide receivers. They have the best running back in the league. Their front end and their back end on the defensive side is legit. They can cover at an elite rate. They can rush the passer at an elite rate. And I'm talking about when rushing just off their front end, not even their linebackers. I'm talking about their front end. That's all they need, and they can get the necessary enough pressure without having to use their linebackers to blitz. You know what I mean when I say that? So they're just elite. They're elite. I'm talking about from bottom to the top. Stacked team. 2 number 1 wide receivers, man. They got 2. You got what's it? You know, I don't know how these well, you know, at least Jalen Hurts is doing his job, and thankfully Jalen Hurts is a good runner, so that helps him as well. It's just Jalen Hurts, he's gonna have to play it smart like he did today. Go with the flow, not get too rattled. And they said that his leg was messed up, but he looked fine. And I didn't see him with a brace today, so Jalen Hurts just gotta do what he do. If he plays the same way like he did, you know, in the last time he played the Chiefs, the Eagles can beat the Chiefs. You know what I mean? But they just gotta make sure they gotta keep running that ball. Just give it to Saquon Barkley. Run the offense through Barkley. Don't get too cute with these early play action. You don't have to do that. Give the ball to Barkley. Commit to the run. Commit to the run. That's it. Commit to the run. Belt to ass. Young Doka said, crazy. Lily is also Australian. Yeah, exactly. These feminists only countries get hit like a truck when an OF gets a grip on their culture. Facts. I remember I saw something in Turkey, like this girl in Turkey try to do the same thing. And they put her in jail. They put her in prison expeditiously. And they had her husband like carried out like a goddamn tree log. Oh man. Devontae Smith said, I'm so sad that Saquon sat out. That's why I like Saquon. What I love about him, he don't be stat padding. He don't be stat padding. He really be putting the team first. But I believe the team should have still let him try to that last game of the regular season. They should have let him try to beat that record. But that's just that's that's my opinion. I could be wrong about that too. Maybe that was the right decision to sit him for the last game, but I really wanted Saquon Barkley to make history. I thought he deserved it. I think as a person, he's a good person. He's really the leader of that team, of that Eagles team. He's the leader of that team. He's the leader. No disrespect to Jalen Hurts, but he's the leader. But it's like Barkley has that. He hit I remember somebody put it perfectly. Saquon Barkley has the personality of the quarterback that's supposed to be the leader of the team, but it's but he's a running back. But he's the leader. He's it's his first year and he's the leader. Do you think Gardner's the leader? Okay. But I'm telling you, when I see him going on the bench, I see how I'm seeing how the players are looking up to him. You know what I mean? You meant Gardner Johnson sold. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, got you. I meant to say he sold. Okay, got you. But in terms of just I'm talking about Barkley, he has leadership, man. Like I remember in the 2018 draft, I thought the Browns should have drafted him number 1, but that was just me. I said the Browns should have get Barkley number 1. Now, obviously, if the Browns were to do the draft again, they would have drafted Lamar Jackson. But I already knew Lamar Jackson was going to drop because I was hearing all the stuff that they were saying about Lamar. I'm like, bro, don't let Lamar Jackson drop to a team that that's actually trying to win. He's gonna make everybody regret it. I'm like, don't let Lamar Jackson drop to one of these teams like a Chargers or somebody, one of these teams, the Dolphins. But then he ends up dropping all the way to the Ravens. I was like, man, the league fucked up, bro. Devontae Smith said, I'm just saying, I feel like just by how hyped Devontae gets the defense, I feel like he might be the leader. I'm just saying, hey, man, the body language doesn't lie. And I'm not saying a defender can't be, a DB can't be the leader. And really, Jalen Hurts is technically the leader, but from my vantage point, I'm just seeing I'm seeing these big old defensive ends looking up to Barkley, and he's smaller than him. You know what I mean? But he's the guy. He's the guy. And I'm not trying to glaze nobody too, just so I don't want to hear that. But I'm just telling you, like the body language doesn't lie, man. The body language doesn't lie. They really think this guy is like freaking a god, like a godsend, and he was exactly what the Eagles needed too. Exactly what the Eagles needed. And by the way, this might be a little bit off topic. I get so mad when people try to use Derrick Henry as like something to put against where they're saying, oh, Lamar Jackson can't win the MVP because Derrick Henry's the true MVP of the team. I'm like, bro, Derrick Henry was available on the market and nobody wanted to pay for him because he was 30 years old, quote unquote. And I'm like, are you? And I remember when he was available, I'm like, are these people stupid? He didn't come like when Derrick Henry came into the league, he didn't start. DeMarco Murray was the starting running back for the Titans. Derrick Henry didn't have to come in right away because Derrick Henry was drafted in the second round. He was able to work himself in. So even though, yeah, he got a lot of carries, but he didn't become a starter until like 2 or 3 years later with the Titans. So he doesn't have the same really amount of carries. And then when he was with Alabama, he was only a starter for like 1 year. I was just like, I'm like, these people are stupid. I'm like, Derrick Henry's 30 years old. It's not the same. I'm like, why don't the Cowboys get him? He's right there. Nobody else want to get him. And then Ravens like, oh, nobody want to get him? Fine, we'll take him. And now people want to say, oh, Lamar Jackson has Derrick. I'm like, well, if you guys actually thought the world of him, you guys should have got him. He was available. Nobody wanted to take the plunge. Only the Ravens wanted to take the plunge. And they already had a running game. And they were just like, well, Derrick Henry's available. Let's beef up our running game. So I don't even want to hear that as, oh, Lamar Jackson can get the MVP. I'm like, nah, we can't be playing revisionist history. I remember Nick Wright, even though I like Nick Wright, but I remember he was talking crazy about Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry. I don't know if you know who Nick Wright is, but on First Things First, he was talking crazy about both Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry. He was basically saying both of them are like, he was basically saying both of them are trash, and that the Ravens and the Eagles were wasting their time investing in Derrick Henry and Barkley. And I was just like, are you guys? I was like, Barkley is exactly what I'm like, he's going to take the Eagles over the top. They already have 2 number 1 wide receivers. Dallas Goedert is solid enough at the tight end position. You're giving Jalen Hurts options where he doesn't even have to play. He doesn't have to play out of his mind. Saquon Barkley, when he was with the Giants, he faced all types of stacked boxes because he was all the Giants had. I'm like, if he's playing with the Eagles offensive line, I'm like, he's going to be running over the league. But you got these whole ass niggas that be on TV acting like the running game don't matter. You got this clown Mel Kiper Jr. on ESPN talking about the league needs to change the rules. so defenses stop playing too deep. I'm like, well, you can beat too deep by having a running game. He like Mel Kiper wanted the league to change the rules so that defenses couldn't play with 2 safeties deep. And because, we want to see more passing. I'm like, well, you could beat it by having a running game. But we want to act like running don't matter. Clowns. All of them. Clowns. Because I remember these people, they was talking crazy. They would say Barkley wasn't going to do anything with the Eagles. Derrick Henry. Oh, why do the Ravens need Derrick Henry? And then they're going to use those same arguments and say that Barkley doesn't deserve MVP because he's a running back. And then they're going to say Lamar Jackson don't deserve MVP because he had Derrick Henry. It's absolute ridiculousness with these people, man. Clowns. Absolute clowns. Devontae Smith said, I'm just saying Barkley tied the record within 4 TDs in a game. Yeah. He was about to beat the record, and then he but like I said, Barkley, he don't be stat padding. He's a good dude, dog. He's a good dude, man. He's a good dude, man. For real. But yeah, it was people on there talking about Barkley. The Eagles don't need Barkley. Well, he's not gonna do nothing with the Eagles. I was like, bro, I'm like, with the Giants, he literally he had nowhere to go, bro. They used to stack the line with, like, I used to see Barkley play with the Giants, and I'd be like, I'm like, this poor man, he's literally making like really literally something out of nothing. I remember the first year he played for the Giants, this is when Eli Manning was still playing, and Eli Manning had called an audible. He audibled out of a passing play. I think this was versus the Jaguars. It was a regular season. I don't remember which opponent he was playing against. He calls 26, 26. So I'm like, oh, he audible. He's I'm like, it's so everybody. So basically, with that audible, he calls out literally Barkley's number. He goes 26, 26, 26. He gives it to Barkley. The offensive line basically disappears. The offensive line disappears. So it's basically Barkley against 4 defenders rushing at him. Barkley somehow finds a way to make a 3-yard gain out of it. I don't know how he did it. I know it was just one play. But I was like, wow. This was when he was a rookie. This was when he was a rookie. I was like, man, this guy is literally, he has nothing to work with. He had no offensive line to work with the Giants. When he finally was linked up with Brian Daboll, he where he was able to use him to his strengths. Barkley is so good. He tricked people into thinking Daniel Jones was serviceable. Well, he tricked the normies, not me. But that's a whole other story. But that's how good Barkley is, man. And for them to see Barkley for all those years at the Giants, where he had literally no help, and where he's going to a situation how like Le'Veon Bell had it when he was at the Steelers, right? Where Le'Veon Bell, he had a quarterback, he had good wide receivers to work with, and he had a good offensive line, a run blocking offensive line, and Le'Veon Bell was able to shine. That's how I saw Barkley was going to do with the Eagles, but he did way more than that. Way more than that. I'll never forget that. It was like, Eli Manning goes 26, 26. I was like, damn, now I'm like, everybody and their mama know that you audible and you changing the play to a Barkley run. Damn. You can make it more obvious than that. I'm like, Jesus, man. Can you make it more obvious? Devontae Smith says, for real, like the Giants were a struggling team, and that's where he got it from, but he can say what he wants. Long live the king. What's up, bro? How's it going, man? Also, Devontae Smith and Long live the king, I was talking about, I think what the athletes, what they need to do in what the Eagles and the Chiefs players need to do, they need to pull a Marshawn Lynch in protest until these sports media outlets report what's happening at FS1. I think athletes should protest speaking to the media, because I don't like how these FS1 analysts, they're just going to act like nothing happened. ESPN don't want to cover it. The news outlets, the mainstream news outlets don't want to cover what's happening with FS1, only because the hairdresser was exposing what most of these women be doing when they get in certain positions in the sports media world. If for nobody to even address this I'm talking about in the mainstream, is wild. Absolutely wild. Devontae Smith says the Bills game, though, like, bro, another 3-point game. Yeah, I already knew that was going to happen. I wasn't even rooting for the Chiefs. Because I don't like the Chiefs or the Bills. Me's really to keep it a buck with you. But I knew the Chiefs was going to win. I knew it was going to be a close game. But I knew the Chiefs was going to win that game. I knew it was going to be close, but I was like, if it's close, then the Chiefs is going to pull through. Young Doka said, well, I'll say this though, that spot, because I thought Josh Allen had made that first down. They they didn't give him that spot. I'm like, they're not gonna give him that spot, are they? I'm like, they talking way too much about it. Young Doka says Eagles better win. If they don't, I would have rather had the Bills Commanders. Me, I wanted the, because if the Commanders had faced the Chiefs, I don't think the Commanders would have won, but I wanted the Commanders to win though. I did wanted the Commanders to win because I am a fan of Jaden Daniels. I am a fan. He said, "LOL." Yeah, no, for real. Athletes need to do a protest. If I was an athlete, and if they wanted to bring up anything about my personal life, because you know how these news outlets are, all these black athletes that had to answer about parking tickets and stuff when they were kids. You know what I mean? All the stuff they always got to answer to about allegations, accusations, and nobody want to talk about what's happening at FS1 with the hairdressers, allegations with Skip Bayless, Charlie Dixon, and specifically Joy Taylor. To me, that's disgraceful, man. That's wow. To me, that's just disgraceful. It's something that, like, my blood is boiling over that story. Now it's not believe all women no more. It's crazy. Wow. But anyways, it's just, this is the first time, like, usually I'm more passionate about sports than the other stuff that I do, but this is one of the rare occasions where that lawsuit needs to be talked about, and the contents in that lawsuit that needs to be talked about over the sports. I'm sorry, because the stuff that the hairdressers was saying that Joy Taylor was doing, the stuff that she exposed Joy Taylor on how she was moving in the game, and just nobody wants to talk about it in the mainstream. I was like, no, it's crazy. Devontae Smith said, "What do you think about Mark Andrews' sell though? You think so? Do you think that I'll let me ask you this though, Devontae. Do you think that he sold the game? You think he sold the game? Because he played like he sold the game, but I don't think he sold. I just think he just was bad. He just picked the worst day to have a terrible game. He just and he was one of those dudes that was doing that nonsense in the beginning. You know, they want to act like it's not cold, so he showed up with like no sleeves to prove that he wasn't cold in the pregame. And I was like, guys that be doing stuff like that, you're setting yourself up for failure. Devontae Smith said, yes, he sold the game. Yeah, he played. No, I just think he was just that bad. Because what you're saying is logical. Because Devontae, in your logical brain, you're like, the drops that he had is just inexcusable. That's just you being logical. That's just you being logical. But I just think Mark Andrews just decided the worst time to have a terrible game. Now, I will say this to his defense. I agree with Cam Newton. I think Mark Andrews shouldn't have to answer to the media. After all that hiding they done with the Joy Taylor stuff, I think no athlete should really have to answer to the media after that. Just off that, Cam Newton is 100% right. I think all the athletes should boycott the media. They shouldn't have to answer. Shout out to Long Live the King with the super chat, with the $5 super chat. You already know what time it is.
We got money, nigga! We got money, nigga! We got money, nigga!
Shout out to Long Live the King with the super chat. One more time.
We got money, nigga.
So shout out to him. Long Live the King with the $5 super chat. He says, shout out to all the general managers for New York football teams for being complete goofies. Did you see that? I know y'all saw that video. His son, where the dude's son was like, they asked him like, yo, which quarterback should I trade up for if I was supposed to do it? And then the son, he was just like, get Jaden Daniels. He said, you only get this job once. Why don't you try to win? Poor kid. He doesn't understand how the NFL business works. Like there's certain teams that are there. They're not trying to win. Poor kid doesn't understand how the business works. Poor kid. He doesn't understand how the business. There's certain teams they're not trying to win. There's certain teams they're trying to clean house. There's certain teams that they use their NFL team to just get certain guys, certain people that they like a job. There's certain businesses that you put as an affront so you can just help your buddies get a resume, booster. You know what I mean? Because yeah, if you were trying to win, Jaden Daniels pre-draft to me was the guy to take the gamble on, because I had nothing to really say about Caleb Williams because we already knew he was going number 1. So it's never a matter of what you think the number 1 overall pick is, because most of the time the number 1 overall pick is a consensus who the number 1 overall pick is, right? And that was Caleb Williams. So it's a matter of, okay, who else is out there? And I'm like, well, Jaden Daniels is clearly the more skilled out of the rest. He's the one with the talent. Shouldn't you take the chance on him if you can have the resources? But like I said, there's some squads, there's a lot of teams, they're not necessarily there to win. You know what I mean? So this is something that the poor kid, he doesn't understand how the business works. That's just how the business works in the NFL. Devontae Smith says, I'm just saying Lamar played okay, but you gotta hold on to the ball. Exactly. It wasn't the interception that killed him, because when he threw the interception, they didn't even get a field goal out of it. They even get a field goal out of it. It was the fumble that killed him, because when he fumbled it, they picked it up, brought it all the way to the 10-yard line. They turned it into 7 points. It was the fumbles that killed him. Because even when he threw the interception, I wasn't even worried. And Tony Romo even said it, because it was a snow game and he was playing in Buffalo. He actually had a larger room for error than Josh Allen. Tony Romo was explaining that on the commentary. And I was like, oh yeah, I agree with that, because Josh Allen is not going to take risks like that in a game like this, because he already knows this is a snow game. This is going to be a running type game. It's not going to be a OD shootout only until the end. But in the beginning, we got to make sure we can't make no mistakes. So it ended up being the fumbles that killed the Ravens, not even the interception that he threw. The interception was basically inconsequential. The Bills turned it into no points. Young Doka says that video with son had me rolling. Pull it up. Oh yeah, actually, I'll pull it up. Long Live the King said, yep. And the Giants letting Saquon go for Danny. Oh yeah, for Danny Dimes. Let me pull up that video for y'all real quick, man. New York Giants GM son. That's one of the funniest videos I've seen, man. Because I remember even his sister was trying to say, yo, why don't you get was it JJ whatever JJ McCartney, and the son was like, no, you just only like him because you like his face. I was like, I like this young. I said I like this guy. I was like, I like this guy right here. I'm like, this guy, I want him to be a GM in the future. And by the way, I like hearing kids' opinion when it comes to talent, particularly when you're talking about like those 13, 14-year-old boys, and you ask them of a specific sport, and you ask them like, yo, what QB should so-and-so draft? So this is before their minds are not molded by what ESPN tells them what to think. So they have a actual real opinion on what they see talent wise. You got to see. I like the full clip. The full clip is hilarious. He's like, nah, you only like him because you like how he looks. You only like JJ McCarthy because you only like how he looks. I was laughing so hard. I was like, this kid I like him. I like this guy. Let me see if I can turn this. Here we go. Here we go. Let's play the video. Fair use. Fair use. Fair use.
Give me a name. JJ McCarthy. Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, the sister said JJ McCarthy. The son said Jaden Daniels. Without hesitation. I don't know why the sister, she said JJ McCarthy, but yeah, the brother might be right about that. She probably just likes how he looks.
Give me a name. JJ McCarthy. Jaden Daniels. Trade up and get him. Why not? Okay, if Jaden Daniels. You only get this job once. I'm gonna try to win. All right. Jaden Daniels. Carson wants Jaden Daniels. If he's not there, who's your second? Because he's not going to be there. Drake May or Marvin Harrison or Malik Neighbors.
Wow. He got the draft spot on, bro. This dude needs to be a GM in the future. He said next. Who did he say next? He didn't even say JJ. He said Drake May. And Drake May is proven to be the second best QB in the draft so far. Because so far, it's number one, Jaden Daniels, by far. Is not even close. And in a distant second is Drake May. A distant second, mind you. But Caleb Williams he's not even the second best QB of his class so far. And look at the players that he said next, where he said, yo, you got to draft these guys instead if you can't get Drake May. Watch this.
He's not there, who's your second? Because he's not going to be there. Drake May or Marvin Harrison or Malik Neighbors. You can't mess.
So he said Drake May, Malik Neighbors, or Marvin Harrison. Now, they did end up getting Malik Neighbors, which that's a home run. That's a home run. That's a great pick. But dude, everything he said was spot on. He's already a better GM than most of the GMs in this league on paper. He got this spot on. You heard what this kid said? He said, okay, if not Jaden Daniels, he said, you only get this job once. You might as well try to win. He said, and then his dad asked, okay, who else if Jaden Daniels not there? He goes, Drake May or Marvin Harrison or Malik Neighbors. He basically listed in order the best players. So this is where I'm seeing a clip like this. Now I gotta be like, okay, what are the GMs? What are they doing? What the hell are they doing? Because he got his spot on. I'm talking about he got the order of, because at the end of the day, you do got to draft a quarterback. He got the order perfect. He said, if you can't get these quarterbacks that I listed, then just go for. He didn't even bother saying JJ McCartney and all this stuff. And by the way, because the Vikings did draft JJ, look, silly me, and I don't even think Sam Darnold is the guy for the Vikings, but I don't think JJ is the guy either. Silly me. I thought it was just me. I don't think he's that guy either. No disrespect. I saw him at Michigan. I just don't think he was that guy. He was a 5-star coming out of high school. Or was he a 4 or 5-star? He was a 5-star coming out of high school, but look, man. you see? Garrett Grant said, Devontae Smith said, I'm going to go. I'll be back later. I got you. Don't worry. Garrett Grant said, that kid is better than some of the current GMs. He's better than most of them already. But the problem, what the kid doesn't understand, Garrett, because look, the NFL is a business. Remember, remember the Dolphins at one point, because they were trying to lose. They kicked out Brian Flores because he was trying to win too many games. People, particularly, especially a lot of black coaches, particularly, they don't understand, like, certain teams, they're just trying to lose, or they're trying to tank, or they're just trying to keep the team in limbo so they can hire their friends so they can help them with their resumes and stuff like that. So there's certain teams that's trying to win, certain teams that's trying to lose, especially the way how sports is structured in America, where basically if you're a team that wins but if you don't win enough to get into Super Bowl contention, they will try to blow up that team, because in their mind they're not getting no draft capital because you're not losing enough. Like they're talking about Tomlin saying that he's going to get fired. And I'm like, but he has all these winning seasons, but because he wins enough, but not enough to be in real playoff contention, they're looking at, oh man, we're not getting no draft capital out of this. We're not getting a chance to get a real blue chipper out of college. So you have these teams. There are certain teams that they're incentivized to lose. Not many teams are really incentivized to win in the NFL. So these are the things that he's probably going to learn when he grows up. Like these are the things that he's gonna have to learn when when that kid grows up. But now he's just looking at it at a talent perspective. He's just like, how can you mess this up? He's just like, how can you mess this up? But on paper, he's better than most of the GMs in the league.
Drake May or Marvin Harrison on the league neighbors. I mean, you can't mess up. Okay, and then Sid, who do you want? All the girls want JJ McCarthy because he's good looking. That's the same thing with Madison.
Who do you want? I'm just looking at.
Sheesh. He called out his sister. He said all the girls only want JJ because he's good looking. This kid crazy, man. Yo. If this kid ends up becoming a GM, the owners are gonna hate him so much, because he's gonna be he's the type of person that is gonna be like, nah, we gotta try to win. He's one of those guys like, nah, we gotta try to win. He's one of those guys.
Who looks like they would be a good quarterback?
Jaden Daniels, look at him.
Who do you want, Harper?
For what?
I'm gonna give you here. I'm gonna just write down Harper.
For what?
So let me see.
Who do you want? I'm just looking at who looks like they would be a good quarterback.
Jaden Daniels, look at him.
Who do you want, Harper?
For what?
So the sister goes, so who else would you want? He's like, Jaden Daniels. What? He's like, what else are you looking at? It's clear. The talent is undeniable, but people see what they want to see. Now, people gonna criticize the sister, right, for just choosing JJ McCarthy because of his looks, but you would be surprised the amount of men, these GMs, they'll just pick a guy just based off looks. You'll be surprised, or because the quarterback doesn't look the type, or this running back doesn't look the type, or this wide receiver doesn't look the type, quote unquote. That's how a lot of GMs they'll do their draft analysis. They'll be like, well, this guy, he has a hot girlfriend and the other guy doesn't have her, so that's why I'm gonna. He's just going off the talent. There's a lot of GMs that be drafting like this kid's sister here, but that's a whole other story for another day.
I'm gonna give you here. I'm gonna just write down some names and you point to which one you want. Okay.
Well, you have to read them to me so I know which one I want to pick. Do you know why we have to pick them?
Yeah, I gotta pick somebody. We're trying to make the football team better.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. So Marvin Harrison, Drake May, Malik Neighbors, Arum Adunze. Which one of those four would you like?
What?
You just make your choice. Don't worry about mommy.
This one.
You want Drake May?
Yeah.
Okay. Harper said Drake May.
Wow. So even her, she's a better GM than everybody else already. Because Drake May's good. He's not better than Jaden Daniels, obviously, but do you know how many? There was a lot of people, believe it or not, that thought Drake May was better than Jaden Daniels pre-draft. But a lot of these people, they just go off of. They don't really go off talent. They really don't. And you could actually if you actually look at certain teams. I've said this many times on this channel. I've said this way too many times on the channel. You could tell the teams that are trying to win. Ravens, they trying to win. It's obvious they're trying to win, right? Eagles, whether you like the fans or whether you like the Howie Roseman, I see how Howie Roseman be talking, and these people, they trying to win. They're trying to win. Commanders, they're trying to win. Why? The reason why the Commanders are trying to win is because Dan Snyder, he's not the owner no more. They have a different regime. They're trying to prove a point. So they're going to actually select talent, the actual talent that's going to help their team win. Right? Washington, they're trying to win. Right? Right? Or I always give the example of the Seahawks in 2012. Right? The Seahawks in 2011, right? 2012. They drafted some very peculiar Negroes on their team. They had some interesting picks on their team that I was just like, oh, they're really trying to win. Wow. They're really trying to win. Like I'll say this. I'll give the perfect example with the Seahawks. When they had paid all that money for Matt Flynn, I think his name is Matt Flynn, and then they had drafted Russell Wilson. They gave Matt Flynn a lot of money, bro, at that time. But they were just like, nah, Russell Wilson, he's just better. We got to start him. We got to start him. Every other team would be like, well, we paid this quarterback all this money. We have to start him. Because even ATL, they started Kirk Cousins anyways, because they paid him all that money. Right? See, Pete Carroll's like, nah, man, we got to play Russell Wilson. We just have to. I always give the Seahawks as the perfect example because he picked the players with talent and players that Pete believed that could help him win a Super Bowl. You can tell when certain teams are just there, they're not trying to win. The Jets, right? Who else? Who else can I say that at one point who else can I say? Because I think now you got these teams, they are like, I'll say like the Texans, they're trying to win. The Texans are trying to win, right? I think, you know what? People might disagree with me, but I don't think the Bears are doing a good job on trying to win. How about let me the easiest example I can bring, the Cowboys. They're definitely not trying to win. Because we already know what Jerry Jones is about. He's about ratings. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Thank you, Garrett. The Jaguars, they're definitely they're not trying to win. They're not trying to win. They're definitely not trying to win. That's what I was thinking about. Yeah, the Jaguars, they weren't trying to win. The Titans were definitely not trying to win this year. That's why we got the number 1 overall pick. If I'm not mistaken, the Titans, we got the number 1 overall pick. So they once they realized they couldn't really push it, they was like, you know what I mean? The Jaguars, they go for spice over who can actually help us win, unfortunately. When I saw them get Trevor Lawrence and then them at the same time they got Urban Meyer, I was like, what the hell are they doing? I was like, what the hell are they doing? That's the first thing I was like, oh, I'm like, wow, okay. First of all, they got Trevor Lawrence just because the media told them to do it. I never saw him as a number 1 overall pick, but they knew Trevor Lawrence was going to put, fans in seats, right? And then on top of that, once I saw them get Urban Meyer, I was like, bruh. I was sitting there shaking my head. I was just sitting there like, but how about this? You'll have these teams, they'll go through a phase where they'll be doing well and then they'll try to win, but then they'll do a move and you can tell, okay, project is over. So for the Jets, so remember when the Jets went to like 2 or 3 straight AFC championship games, like 2 straight AFC championship games, and then the next season they went like 9-7 or 8-8. I was like, okay, what are they going to do next in this offseason? Whatever they do next in the offseason is going to tell me everything I need to know about what the Jets want to do. Then I saw them before the 2012 and 2013 season start. Then I see them get Tim Tebow. I was like, oh, they're trying to steal headlines. They're not even thinking about the team. They're not even thinking about Mark Sanchez. They're like, fuck it. We trying to steal the headlines. Giants just won the Super Bowl. Let's steal the headlines. We're not gonna let the Giants steal the headlines for the summer. We're gonna have the headlines. Oh yeah, they said that kid's goated. They said Young Doka said some other team's gonna sign the Giants GM's son as a consultant. Facts. People, no, it's gonna be teams looking at that GM's son, and plus he's gonna know the ropes because his dad is a GM. So he's gonna see how everybody's roasting his dad for being a R word. He's gonna be his son is gonna be the greatest GM. His son is gonna be the greatest GM, dog. The greatest GM since the Chiefs GM. Yo, yeah, the Chiefs GM is goated, dog. The moves he made, crazy work. Crazy work. Young Doka said, what makes the video so good is kids' unwavering confidence in everything he is saying. Facts. He's not even, to him, it's clear. It's so clear to him. Oh, man. Young Doka said, if I was a Giants fan, I would be type pissed that they didn't at least listen to the little girl. Hey, yo. Anyways, actually, no, because if you think about it, if they had traded up, and did the Commanders go before? Yeah, because I don't even think because Jaden Daniels, he got picked number 2, if I'm not mistaken. He got picked number 2. So there was no way they were going to get Jaden Daniels anyways, but So yeah, Drake May would have been available. Oh my God, yeah, the Giants fumbled, dog. If Jaden Daniels, like, say if in opposite land, if Jaden Daniels was still available, they should have gotten him. But yeah, according to the results, man, they fumbled. They still should have probably traded up. They could have still gotten Malik Neighbors. Man. But yeah, but Malik Neighbors, that's a good pick though. That was a good pick. Malik Neighbors. Thankfully he listened to his son on Malik Neighbors, because Malik Neighbors is nice. Them LSU wide receivers and them Ohio State wide receivers. That's where it's at right there. That's where it's at. You want a legit wideout at that position? Get a Ohio State wide receiver or a LSU wide receiver. Yeah, the Jaguars. The Jaguars, they're not trying to win. They got the I think the Jaguars, they got the number 2 overall pick, if I'm not mistaken. Oh man. But yeah, that's sad. I like that kid though. I love that kid. Let's what they say about him in the comment section. He got it spot on. Yeah, he said you only get this job once. They said the son absolutely cooked. Facts. He said watching this after Jaden threw for 299 yards and beat the number 1 NFC seed. Lines in the yeah. But yeah, man. Well, the Giants, they kind of run their business. They run their business a certain type of way, right? If you look up the owner, John Mara, right? Just do your research on John Mara. They run their businesses a certain type of way. So this is why they won't do certain things. And I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just saying they run their business a certain type of way. Okay. Same way, Jerry Jones, he runs his business a certain type of way. Okay. Can't knock him for it. But like I said, when I saw them they get rid of Barkley, I'm like, oh, they're just trying to. Okay. What pick does the let me see, NFL current NFL draft order 2025? Let's see something real quick. So yeah, because the Giants, because when I saw them get rid of Barkley, I'm like, oh, they just they're trying to see if they can low key, they're just trying to see if Daniel Jones can carry it, and then they know he's probably not. So they say, well, best case scenario, we get a top 3 pick. That's a terrible way to run business, but that's just me. That's a terrible way to run business. But I'm telling you, that's what the Giants were thinking. They're just like, well, best case scenario, Daniel Jones helps us win. No. They'll say in their mind, worst case scenario, Daniel Jones is the guy. Best case scenario, hey, we get a top 3 pick. So let's trade our best player I'm talking about one of their best offensive players since OBJ. First of all, who's way better than OBJ. Let's trade our best offensive player and then just let's trade him to our rivals. Our interdivision rival. Best case scenario, we get a top 3 pick. That's how they're thinking in their mind, which is idiotic, but people run their businesses a certain way, man. I wouldn't do that. So right here, I got the current draft order. This article was updated today. No, yesterday. Yesterday. So the current draft order is Titans number 1, Browns number 2, Giants number 3, Patriots number 4, Jaguars number 5, Raiders number 6, Jets number 7, Panthers number 8, Saints number 9, and then Chicago Bears number 10. Yeah. So the top 3 picks is Titans, Browns, Giants, and Patriots are number 4. Yeah, Patriots are number 4. So then we got the Giants. They got the number 3 overall pick. Anywho. That kid is goated, though. Shout out to him. Let me go over these teams, though. Let me see. So the Raiders, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't think the Raiders are trying to win. I'm not gonna lie. They're one of those teams. I don't think they're trying to win. Jets, they're not trying to win. Panthers, they're not gonna try to win. I don't think so. Saints, they're not trying to win. Bears, I don't think so either. 49ers, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. They might be doing a fire sale. Cowboys, we already know what time they on. They're not trying to win. Dolphins, we shall see. Colts, we shall see. Falcons, I like them. They try to win. Like the Falcons, they believe it or not, they do. The owner, he seems like he does try to do what he can to put the finances available and do what he can to put certain people in positions where they can win. So you'll always see them like, the Falcons, once in a while they'll go back to the playoffs and then they'll go like 2 or 3 years without doing really much. But it's like it's always a cycle with them. So the Falcons, they do try to win. So that's a team to be proud of. You know what I mean? The Cardinals, I'm not sure. Bengals, of course, they do try to win. It's just the Bengals, they're lazy. The Bengals, they're lazy. So we'll see with them. They're lazy because since they match up the best versus the Chiefs, so they just think they can just walk into the playoffs without actually playing in the regular season, and they ended up, messing up and missing the playoffs and wasted Joe Burrow's MVP caliber type season. Seahawks, they are trying to win, believe it or not, right now. Tampa Bay, they are trying to win. Broncos, now they're trying to win. Steelers, they're trying to win. Los Angeles Chargers, I am not sure, but as long as Harbaugh is there, they will be trying to win. That's all I can say, because Harbaugh, Jim Harbaugh, he's a grinder. He be really trying to win. With whatever he got, he's gonna try to win. Packers, yes, they try to win. Vikings, we shall see. we shall see. We shall see. This is gonna be an interesting offseason because they did try to win this year. We'll see. Texans, they try to win. Rams, of course. Sean McVay's the coach. Ravens, of course. Lions, of course. Commanders, of course. Buffalo Bills, of course. Philadelphia Eagles, we already know, yes. Buffalo Bills, though, we shall see. We shall see. Because I think McDermott, I think if the Buffalo Bills are really trying to win the Super Bowl, meaning the Super Bowl, I'm not saying winning in general, but if they want to win the Super Bowl, I don't think they can do it with McDermott. That's just that might be my opinion. I could be wrong about that. I'm open to being corrected on that, but I don't think they can win a Super Bowl with Sean McDermott. Like guys like Sean McDermott should have been fired by now, only because usually those defensive type coaches that build up the teams, he's like the white version of those black defensive coaches that be building up the teams, but they can't really take the team over the hump after they build up the team. So he's like the reverse of that, but where he actually keeps his job, but without winning a Super Bowl. Yeah, and then obviously the Eagles and Chiefs, they be actually, they're in it to win it. That's how the cookie crumbles, though. That's how the cookie crumbles. But anyways, I think that might be it. But I think I have one more thing on Twitter. I could be wrong. I would have sworn I had one more thing on Twitter, sports related, but I could be wrong. Let me see. Do I have? Oh. Nah. Should I show that? I don't know. Oh, okay. So right here. This is what I wanted to show. So this is the AP, the All Pro first team offense. So this is who they picked for the first team All Pro this year. They already had voted for this after the regular season had ended. I just want to see if people agree with that. If they agreed with this list. Because I agree with most of this. They got, because Lamar is as the QB, they got him first team All Pro. So that basically means he should win the MVP, but you never know. Say they got Saquon Barkley as the running back. This is for the first team All Pro. Fullback, Patrick Ricard. Yep, I agree with that. Brock Bowers as the tight end. I agree with that. Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson's as the Amon-Ra St. Brown as the wideouts. As long as Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase are in that wide receiver room for the AP All Pro, you can put whatever you want as the third wide receiver, right? So that's how it works with me. As long as Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase are there, then you can pick whoever else you want as that third wide receiver. Okay. Left tackle, Tristan Wirfs, Joe Thuney at left guard. Well, there because of the adjustment that he made. That's why. Creed Humphrey as the center. Quinn Mares, and then Penei Sewell. So yeah, that first team All Pro is pretty spot on. Surprised nobody from the Bills offensive line made the list, but that's my opinion. I thought the Bills had like the best offensive line, probably the best offensive line in football. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong there. But yeah, this AP All Pro first team offense, that looks about right. Not much complaints. Even at the tight end spot, Brock Bowers, he, if it wasn't for Jaden Daniels, he'd be the offensive rookie of the year. So, but on top of that, he was the best tight end this year. I don't know if I have the list for the defense. Let's see, 2024 All Pro defense. We got for the first team defense, Myles Garrett, of course, Trey Hendrickson, And believe it or not, I know the Bengals defense have gotten a bad rap this year, but Trey Hendricks, he was a monster this year. I'm pretty sure he led the league in sacks, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. Cameron Hayward. So yeah, as the edge rushers, they got Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson. The inside defensive linemen, they got Cameron Hayward and Chris Jones. Linebackers, why can I not read right now? Holy crap. Linebackers, they got Zach Bond, Fred Warner, Roquan Smith, Patrick Surtain as the DB. How many they put in the slot? Okay, so they got Patrick Surtain and Derek Stingley Jr. as the DBs. Here's the thing about Derek Stingley. I've been watching him since college. Yes, he deserves first team all defense, but he can get got. He can get roasted. He can get got. He can get got. Even though I think he's been great. I think he has been first team defense this year. And I swear I'm not hating on him, but he can get got. He can get got. He can get got. Let me see. Then they got Marlon Humphrey on the slot. Safety, they got Kirby Joseph from Detroit and Xavier McKinney. You know who one of my favorite DBs though, and he wasn't able to show it this year because he was injured. Was it his name? Jair Alexander. This dude is a monster. I've liked this guy ever since he came in the league. This dude is a real monster at DB. But let me see this. But he was injured most of this year, so. Oh yeah, but Patrick Surtain, man, he's a monster too. You already know how I feel about Myles Garrett. That boy is a mutant. He's a mutant. And Trey Hendrickson, he was balling this year. It's a shame. It's a shame. You had the guy leading the league in sacks, and then you had Joe Burrow having the season that he had, Jamar Chase having the season that he had, and they missed the playoffs. That's unfathomable, unfathomable. Young Doka said, you watch any UFC events? Khabib tried to take the belt to give to his fighter, but the decision went to the opponent. What in the hell? But that's why I don't even be OD on the fighting stuff, man. Particularly when it comes to like boxing. I do like boxing, but it's just too corrupt. It's too corrupt. It's too corrupt. I don't really follow UFC like that, to be honest, but I remember following boxing really heavy at one point, especially when I was in high school. I always say the funniest knockout I ever saw in my life. The funniest knockout I ever saw in my life was the Canelo Alvarez Amir Khan fight. That's the funniest knockout I've seen in my life. Because everybody knew it was going to happen. Like, I remember they was interviewing people before. They were just like, yeah, he is. What everybody predicted, everybody predicted exactly what was going to happen. They said Amir Khan's going to do good, but he's going to get caught. He's just going to get caught one time. So I remember, man, like Amir Khan, he was doing good. He got hit once and he was gone. And it was hilarious because like he was already out before he hit the floor. You just see the ref Ken Bayless. He was just over him. Just it's over. You see Canelo Alvarez literally going on his knees to make sure to pause to make sure he was okay, and then like it. And then like right afterwards, the camera kind of cuts off. It shows the replay of the knockout. The camera just fades to everybody else. They show the replay one more time, and then the camera just fades right back to Amir Khan getting a towel just violently waved over him. That's one of the funniest knockouts I've ever seen in my life. And it's not even the best knockout I've ever seen. But it's one of the funniest ones. Easily one of the funniest knockouts I've seen. That one and the what else is what was a funny knockout? I'll say this. It was kind of funny how even though I found it messed up that Marquez and Pacquiao they fought like 3 or 4 times. You know what I mean? But I'll say this, that I think that 3rd or 4th time when they faced each other, when Marquez put Pacquiao to sleep, that was crazy work. That was crazy work. I think I remember somebody, I think I forgot what the boxer's name, something Lemieux. Lemieux put somebody to sleep. I forgot who Lemieux put somebody to sleep. It was hilarious. It was just completely unexpected. I had to watch the replay. I'm like, what? How did that happen? You see. Long live the king. He said, man, when Roy Jones Jr. chin got turned into glass, I got depressed with boxing. Well, yeah. At one point, though, Roy Jones was the best, in the world. It's just, it happens. But I'll say this: nothing compares to Amir Khan's chin. Amir Khan has 0 chin. Like Roy Jones used to have a chin. Amir Khan never had a chin. There's a, you know what I mean. So that's just where when Roy Jones caught one too many. Oh, I'll say the funniest one, and it's no disrespect. It's Bernard Hopkins, right? Am I getting his name right? Bernard Hopkins. Am I getting his name right? When he got literally knocked out of the ring. But he was like, that was recent, and he was like way older. He got knocked out of the ring. Hey, yo, man, that was crazy. Now that was crazy. I'll say this: Triple G scared me when he faced Canelo. I think it was for the first time when he had faced Canelo. Canelo's punches did nothing to Triple G. Triple G ate his punches like it was breakfast. That was scary to see in real time. I was like, oh, he ate those punches like it was just like he was just eating breakfast and just and he's late to work. It did nothing to him, man. Those punches did nothing to Triple G. That was scary to see in in real time. I was like, man, Triple G a freaking monster. God damn. But yeah, but that's facts. He said, yo, Triple G beat Canelo 3 times with no win. I don't know what those judges saw. And especially in that first fight, I don't know what the hell that judge saw. It was it's like one, it was like one, I think it was one of the judges said Triple G won. One said it was a tie. And then another one said that Canelo won. I was like, what are they? What? I'm like, y'all doing Triple G dirty, dog. I was like, what in the hell is these judges watching, man? Judges are blind, straight blind, man. Oh, hell no. That was crazy. That was crazy. But yeah, boxing is too corrupt, though. Boxing is too corrupt. Boxing is too corrupt. Boxing is way too corrupt. Low key, I miss those Floyd Mayweather, not necessarily him fighting, but like the lead up to the fights. the stuff on Showtime and the segments on Showtime, like the stuff leading up to the fight. Those used to be the funniest things. It was almost like watching like 50 Cent, well, like with G Unit and the shenanigans he would get into before he would drop like the albums and the mixtapes and stuff. That's kind of what Floyd kind of reminded me of when he would do those things on Showtime and he was talking. Like that was funny. Really more so than the fights. No disrespect, because I think Floyd Mayweather was one of the greatest fighters ever, but those lead ups to the fight, those were funny. Those were funny. Floyd is petty as hell, bro. Petty as hell. Just like 50 Cent, I could tell. That's why, like, you could, like, they might as well. I like how their friendship is on and off, and they be roasting each other. Like, when they roast each other, that should be even. You can't say 50 Cent won the roast or Floyd Mayweather won the roast. Like, I remember 50 Cent has said, I will give you this amount of money if you can read a page of a Harry Potter book, whatever. And then Floyd Mayweather had replied back. He said, I will give you this amount of money if you can get a video of your son saying that he loves you. I was like, God damn. I was like, yo. I'm like, this nigga cold. Do you know how hard I was laughing when I saw that tweet back? I was like, damn, Floyd, that's cold as hell. I said, man, I was saying, yeah, I'm like, y'all, because Floyd and 50, they used to hang heavy. They used to hang heavy. They used to basically be like, now I'm not gonna say best friends, like, but I'm talking about they used to, hang out. They used to be heavy together. But but now they're like frenemies, basically. They're like frenemies. they're kindred spirits, dog. They can't even, you know what I mean? But then I remember 50 Cent, he had me crying. He when I remember Charlamagne the Guy asked 50 Cent, he was like, how did you know that Floyd Mayweather couldn't read? Oh, let me find that video. That was hilarious. This was like in 2015. 50 Cent finds out Floyd can't read Breakfast Club. It's a 2015 or 2014 interview from 50 Cent. It was one of the funniest things I ever heard 50 Cent do, like just his demonstration of it. Let's see, 50 Cent interview 2015. Oh, Breakfast Club. I forgot to say. Breakfast Club. They probably don't have it no more, though. I'm not going to lie. They probably don't even have it. Yeah, they probably don't even have it. But I'll just say it like this. He was just like, Charlamagne the Guy was like, oh, how did you know that he Floyd Mayweather couldn't read? He said, oh no. I would see him. They would he would get these papers, and then he would pass him. So he would be like, let me do my impression. Let me get this paper out. He'd just be like, hey, they would just pass him this thing, and then he would just pass it to Miss Jackson, which was his part of his money on his money team during that time. One of his on his media team. I don't know if that was one of his agents, but that woman that he mentioned is somebody part of his team. He said he would get the paper like this, and he would pass it to Miss Jackson. I was like, yo, that's disrespectful, dog. That was crazy. I don't know. They probably deleted that interview. They probably deleted it. Oh, you know what? I be forgetting. 7 years ago was not 2015. 7 years ago was 2018. Man, I'm getting old, dog. Like, I can't believe 8 years ago was 2016. It doesn't feel that way, man. I'm sorry, it does not feel that way. 2016, I still remember like it was yesterday. It's been 8 years. No, 9 years. Sorry, 9 years now since 2016. 9 years since 2016. That's wild. That's wild, man. Yeah, I miss those guys. I miss Floyd Mayweather on Showtime. Because Floyd Mayweather, he's funny. He's a funny dude, man. He's a funny dude. And did I do that video? Oh no, I don't think I dropped that video. It was a video that I would have sworn I had did, but I didn't. And it was a girl coming out saying that, like, oh yeah, Floyd Mayweather, he always has multiple women, but he never lied to me about it. And I was like, yeah, so Corey Holcomb was Floyd Mayweather. He really be walking around. He'll have his fiance on one hand, and then he'll have his girlfriend on the other, and he'll like introduce and they'll be together. He doesn't lie about his game. Yeah, man. But yeah, that I think that's all for today. I went way over time. Man. Shout out to you guys, man, for the sports stream. Thank you for tuning in. I'm sorry I was playing around with the start time because I thought the game was gonna end later. So I ended up starting the show at 10 o'clock instead of 10:30 the way I scheduled it. Because the game ended like way earlier than I thought. But man, yeah, shout out to you guys, man. Thank you for tuning in. By the way, we really gotta. I just wish the athletes would grow some balls like a Marshawn Lynch had, like a Marshawn Lynch, Kyrie Irving's, these type of dudes. Like they had balls, bro, to do the stuff that they did, to stick it to the media like they were supposed to. You know what I mean? But I really wish the athletes came together and just be like, we're shutting out the media. We don't need them. Because after the code of silence that these news outlets did with trying to act like the Joy Taylor situation thing didn't happen, the situation that happened with the Fox Sports people, somebody needs to answer to that. Somebody needs to answer to that. But yeah, thank you guys, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. Will I do a live tomorrow? Probably not. But I'll have to definitely drop some videos though to make up for it. We'll see. We'll see about tomorrow because there's still a lot of things I got to do, but we'll make sure we'll drop some videos tomorrow. A lot of changes coming soon to the channel. It's just a matter of organizing everything, but you're starting to see some new things. You are starting to see some new things. You're starting to see some new clips, but I'm definitely going to try to take this channel to another level. Somebody had hit me up in the comment section like, nah, you got what it takes, but he's like, you gotta do more. You gotta do more. And I'm like, you're right. There's way more that I could do. So this is what we're going to be doing this year. So thank you guys for tuning in tonight to the sports stream, specific stream. Thank you guys. Thank you, Long Live the King. I think, right? Yeah, Long Live the King for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody. Young Doka, man, thank you for tuning in early. We had a great conversation about basketball, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, these people, you know what I mean? man, thank you guys, everybody, for tuning in, and we are out of here. Is the outro video gonna play? We'll see.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.